Alrighty. So we're back again on a Thursday. And so for anyone who was around, on April Fool's, I ended up finally streaming Final Fantasy XIV Remake Part 2, which has been something that I also love how last played it says April 1st. So I've been saying I wanted to play that for over a year, and I just keep putting it off and putting it off. So it was funny when I said I was finally going to stream it, and then I ended up streaming a completely different thing. In fact, it wasn't even a game, it's a visual novel. But I think people liked it enough, and I was interested enough where I think I'm going to continue it during some off hours, during different points of time, just so I can keep going through it. Although the game did say after a certain point it doesn't want me streaming it, but I kind of might just stream it anyway. Just, I'll put like when the warning happens, I'll like turn the stream off and then I'll turn it back on again later with like a complete spoiler, end game, do not take me down. It doesn't matter anyway. So I'm going to continue just reading some more Raging Loop. So last time I managed to go 3 hours. It did end up drying my mouth out pretty much, but I think I should be able to keep up with doing it. Now, I don't know if I'll... Honestly, it's considering when I started doing this for the fucking April Fools, I was naming them after the Final Fantasy characters. I might honestly keep doing that because it's easier for me to remember their names. Because at this point, some of their names are just kind of like just goop to me. Like, you just hear the name, and I'm like, I don't know who the fuck this is. I just have to assume from the people on the screen who's actually saying this. Now, some of their names I actually know, but other ones is just like a jumble of fucking letters. So maybe me calling them bullshit names, Final Fantasy names, actually will help me. I don't know. But we'll see if I keep fucking around with calling them Final Fantasy names just to keep getting their shit straight. But yeah, I'm going to continue this. It's been it's just starting of an interesting mystery. It's literally a game called One Night Ultimate Werewolf or something like that. It's a party game. I was literally shown this by my girlfriend a couple of months ago when we were talking about different things. She's like, "Oh yeah, here's a game that you can play at parties." And then it turns out when I started playing this, it turns out that this visual novel literally is just One Night Ultimate Werewolf, except considering it's got, you can go back in time using knowledge that you've gained in the future to answer things in the past and stuff. So, which is like another visual novel-esque game, or at least a couple of them. There's a lot of games that are like this. There's like a series of games called, it was like 999 and Virtue's Last Reward or something like that. But it's another game where it literally was people who could send their own past memories in the past to themselves, and that's how you were doing it. And it was interesting, but this is kind of like that, using that same system, but playing just a game, like I said, that was called One Night Ultimate Werewolf. That's a party game that you can play. You can literally just find it up on your phones on an app, or maybe just some cards to play it. But I'm going to continue the story here. Oh, also, on my finale of Outer Wilds yesterday, not only did actually some people watch it on YouTube, but I have now ascended to the same levels on YouTube as I have on Twitch. Although I haven't seen any of the bots in a while on Twitch. However, I got a comment on one of my videos. Now, normally, maybe a singular person mentions it and puts a comment on my video. Or, just a little bit here or there. But this is my first comment on a video. That's a scam. That's right, boys. I've made it. From Yvette Cassie, sure. I really appreciate your efforts. Okay. Could you help me with something unrelated? I wonder what that could be. My OKX wallet. So I'm assuming that's crypto. Holds some USDT, and I have the seed phrase. I don't even know what the fuck that means. I assume you need this phrase to get into like the chain or something. But anyway, alarm fetch. that one made me laugh my ass off. Alarm, fetch, churn, bridge, exercise tape. I'm literally reading. I am literally reading someone's activation phrase right now, right? Alarm, fetch, churn, bridge, exercise, tape, speak, race, clerk, couch, crater, letter. Somebody now is trying to kill Kennedy at this very second. And then how? I stopped it there. I didn't open it up any further. Just like, I got my first bot, my first YouTube bot. Now, don't I feel special? All right, well, I'm just going to delete this now. I had proof. Actually, you know what? Now I'm kind of interested. Hold up. Now I'm kind of interested what it actually was. Hold up. I want to... I honestly want to see. I honestly want to see. What was the rest of that comment? Let's see here. It's in my notifications. Read more. How can I transfer them to Binance or Binance? Binance? Okay, I kind of want to look. I'm going down a rabbit hole now. Binance software developer. Buy, sell, bit. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's crypto. I mean, of course it's fucking crypto. They're literally asking me how do I help them do crypto shit. Like, I love bots. Well, let's see. What was the other last comment I got? Did I even get another one? It doesn't matter. Anyway, all right. Let's start the game in quotes. How dare you? Don't know. Bots do not target indiscriminately. They only target up-and-comers. How dare you? How dare you? You're wrong. Absolutely wrong. Okay. Let's get going. Oh, also... I've seen all the things. I saw the Switch 2 stuff the other day. And I saw the Switch 2 stuff the other day. And a lot of the stuff looked pretty interesting. And then after the Direct, I heard all about the price points. How it's going to be like $400 or $500 for the fucking console. And then the game's gonna be like $80 and then $90. And the $90 ones are if you get the physical game cartridge, which apparently the game cartridge isn't even going to be a cartridge with the game on it. It's going to be a game cartridge with a digital code to download the game. So unless that's complete bullshit, I have no fucking idea. Also, hey Sabes, how's it going? So yeah, I was just talking about only some cards are gonna not have the game on them, which once again, like, they also said that same thing during the Nintendo Direct. They also said some games can be played on the Switch, can be played on the Switch 2. So one thing I'm wondering is, what do they mean by that? Do they mean most games will work on it and maybe some won't? Or are they saying only physical purchase games will work? I assume you can't go log into your account on Nintendo. Oh, there's a chart. It's not just here, play your games on this other console. There's only a chart. Oh boy. Some don't even work at all. Some have problems. Oh god. I don't know. Anyway, come subscribe to my Twitch channel before the tariffs make them more expensive. Oh man. So yeah, I guess that's gonna be fun. I don't know. I don't plan on getting a Switch 2 until after it launched anyway. So if it's just gonna be that wild, I might just not get one for a long time. I have no idea. But yeah, I don't know. Especially if like I just said, I was joking about the tariffs on subscription prices, but like hell, who knows? The Switch could literally be even more now because of the new tariffs that hit. So. So, one thing that I need to do is, I have, due to the information about the Switch 2, I have legally acquired Nintendo Switch that no longer needs the docking system to work on full screen. And I'm willing to do that for the Switch 2 as well later. Anyway. So we're going to have to see. Things are going to be fucking nuts for a while. You know, my 401k is now 401 up in flames. Anyway, that's not what we're here about. Just, you know, talking about some Switch 2 stuff. We're going to stay away from the rest of that. Because you know what? We're just going to burn down anyway. So, might as well just start with and I'll put in quotes, the game on this one. So, yep, this is the game that I was doing for April Fools. It's a visual novel. It's based off of a game called One Night Ultimate Werewolf, which you can get on, like, your phones or, like, a little card game. And, yeah, I'm going to dive back into it. Okay, so that was the auto, but this is the one that I made. Alright, so I guess the way I'll say it is, so what happened so far was, we were fleeing, assumably a bad breakup. There's information on that we don't have access to yet. We got lost in the middle of rural Japan, fell down a hill, found a mysterious village where there's barely anybody there. Apparently another person, a young girl, had also found herself the same way into town through the river. That's apparently supernatural. Along with two other people who were news reporters. Or like newspaper reporters, whatever the hell you want to call them. So far, we met the locals. The first person we met is really nice. Everybody else is kind of weird. However, that first night we were there, we were unable to leave. And suddenly, two people died. And apparently a giant wolf did it. And their entire explanation is basically, it's literally like I just said, it's a game called One Night Ultimate Werewolf. They literally just described it, but with, you know, like a supernatural means behind it, and it's real. So now they have to figure out who's the actual killer or not. How do I like it? I mean, it's pretty interesting so far. I've read a couple of visual novels before. Nothing really, like none of the big popular ones. The hint corner, yeah. The hint corner basically just said, you know, you can go back to your different load sections. You can load back different chapters. Once you get different keys, you can use those keys to then unlock different choices in past lines. You'll learn more information as you go, and it will tell you to do it. It also did say don't stream the end of the game, but I mean, you know, just unless you're the dev in chat, you know, just no, I'm just gonna, you know, just not say anything. However, since I was doing this starting for an April Fool's game, since I did start this for April Fools, I did start naming them Final Fantasy characters, so I kind of might still name them after their Final Fantasy characters, because some of their names I just don't remember. In fact, some of them I'm not even pronouncing right. But yeah, this is not my first like visual novel. I've also seen games like 999, which is similar to the going back in time with new information to do different paths in the branching narrative. There's even one, because a lot of visual novels ended up starting with porn and hentai and shit like that. So I have read other visual novels. In fact, there's even one that I'm reading that I think is made by a Spanish dude. That mainly I started reading it for the porn, but it turned out to be one of my favorite shonens. So now I literally, like, the porn is the secondary thing. I literally read it so I can listen to the fucking shonen stuff that they have in it and the guy's illustrations, which are fucking excellent. It's called Superhuman. If you don't give a shit about the porn and you're fine with that being in there, just, you know, Superhuman, fucking great. Anyway. Oh, it's fourth wall commentary. Okay, so it's like the characters commenting on what's going on, and they're probably talking about the situations. Okay. No, there's no nudity in this one anyway. I literally made sure I looked up a visual novel that didn't have any, you know, any porn or anything in it. Like, I'm streaming it. I'm not like, if I could stream Superhuman, I would stream Superhuman. The guy who actually makes it also has a Twitch channel, so it's pretty neat to watch him talk about his stuff every once in a while and share his work. But anyway, But yeah, no. If I was streaming like Baldur's Gate 3 and I took all the characters' clothes off and zoomed over during character creation and I showed dick or vagina, that's not ban worthy. That doesn't matter. That's yeah. That ruling works it. However, it's also if you ever get caught. So okay. Anyway, let's get back up. I'm gonna start where we left off and we'll continue here. All right. This is. Kemi took me to the place where I had met Rikako and Yurimatsu and Miko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Saranaga. You could say that this is the heart of a religion, the graveyard of the hanging pine. Now that's a hell of a name. The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than in that rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit further. The hanging pine had to be the odd-looking tree at the edge. Is this really a graveyard? Yes, I don't know about the ones in the actual settlement, but these stones here are all graves. Remember how you tripped on one of them? Pretty bad move, huh? Better apologize. Huh? Seriously? You should have told me sooner. Yasumizu's ancestors, so I'm so sorry. Sorry, I thought that'd scare you. I know you didn't really have a chance, but I brought you to a half-ruined village with monsters in it. You believe in monsters? I asked, ignoring what I'd seen for myself. Yeah, I do. Kemi's voice resounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air. I didn't think you were that type. And you're the type who's weirded out by that? I wouldn't go that far. Bullshit. I can see it all over your face. Was it that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believe stuff like that despite a lack of actual proof. It was probably how it was. Can I have a reason? What? I don't have one. Not sure I believe that. Well, if I do... It's 'cause I've seen God. That was a... See, you're weirded out. Tell me more. Wow, not bailing out after all? For now, let's just focus on the immediate issue. No, actually, I want an explanation to that. Don't you just say that, I've seen God. But, let's talk about that later. Explanation, please. She was hiding something. It was either that, hard to explain, or a lot more important than she was acting. About this feast thing, huh? All right, then. Kemi's explanation. Yay, I've been waiting for this. A graveyard probably isn't the place to joke around like this. But at least you could see past your nose, and it didn't seem like we had to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Kemi had told me. First, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend. There might have been similar ones somewhere throughout outside, but I just treated it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worship a god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai, or just Shinai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on, called Mount Shinai, meaning the religion defined the mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Okami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty. Though the Okami-sama watched over the hut, the Okami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys defined the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire, along with other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked and ate at the flesh of the Yombito, the enemies of the Shinai-san. The spider warded off the Yombito and assured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yomibito did indeed mean people of the Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I suspected before, it was thought they had something to do with the corruption, death in the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned from Yomi to bring harm to people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals and humans, were facing the Yomibito. Apparently, that was all how it was in Kami Fujiyoshi, the leading part of Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the 5 beasts, including the Okami-sama and Shinai-san, were still worshipped there. In Yasumizu, however, things are a bit different. The legend here had a turning point when the humans, snake, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. They had been when they had 4 head families, who were said to have the blood of the 4 guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Mirogama, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nosato, and the spider was Yumatsu. However, it didn't end there. The Okami-sama joined the Yomibito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomibito territory, and the Okami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mist came. The Okami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That was why the people of Uematsu, who lived next to Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill 1 person a day. You had to basically kill your own, something that was taboo for ages. But it was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drank some sake and chose someone to kill. That more or less explains everything. Oh, that's right. Let me get the sus sound effect ready to go. I have a feeling I'm gonna be hitting this a lot. There we go. Just gonna get that ready. I see. There's a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of the guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get. I won't tell this to anyone else but you, but I'm pretty sure I saw the Okami-sama. No way. Where? I just took a peek through the space in the outhouse door, so I didn't get a good look. I couldn't tell her that I had a realistic dream where I was killed. It had a human body and the head of a wolf, I think. No way. Can I take that to... he seriously saw it? Yeah, a human body and a wolf head matches up with the description of the Okami-sama and Shinai-san's festivals and the defined images in Kami Fujiyoshi. Before I saw it, though, I heard a woman scream, so I figured that thing killed my Mamiya-san. That was what the brutalization you told me about? I mean, if it killed and replaced her, you wouldn't have her body, right? Sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Shinai-san is very strict with his laws and gives various punishments to those who break them. You mentioned something like that. Basically, they broke the rule of preparing for the feast by bathing, locking up in a room, all by yourself and sleeping. That's why it's believed they died to the corruption. I couldn't see how you could get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more. Wait. What do you mean? I thought So the way they made it sound before is that all of the people of the village had to go through the ritual because once they saw the mist coming, they knew they had to do it. So is it against the rules for the outsiders to do the ritual? Did the news people do the ritual too? And that's why they first died? And they're not just the first victims just because they're the first victims? Huh. Or am I missing something here from the last time I read this? Let's see if they say more about it. Basically, you didn't tell me about the laws and turned me into a toilet man so I could die, huh? No. Listen, I honestly thought there was no way an outsider could survive. But I wanted to at least find a way that gave you a shot at making it through the night, because I didn't want to let you die. So, or are they saying because we didn't go through the ritual, that's why the other two died, and I was also supposed to die, which I technically did. However, with whatever bullshit made my mind go back in time to my body, I still wasn't killed, even though I didn't do it. Why didn't they just tell them to do the ritual then? I mean, they could have said no, but you could at least have told them to do it, even if it was like weird superstitious stuff. And did they have time to do this ritual, or do they do this ritual every day anyway? Because they definitely didn't do it when she was, passed out, puked the night before. So I think there's something I'm not getting here, or something's off, and we're not being told everything yet. Look at that, I actually survived. Yeah, sorry, but I really didn't expect this. Shame I didn't get splashed, huh? Don't be like that. I'm actually really glad you didn't die. I wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least you tried, right? Although I think it would be funny if the real reason why you didn't die is because you were in a fucking toilet. So whatever wolf smell is, it couldn't actually smell you because, you're in the shitter. Or it'd be funny because the wolf was like, yeah, I don't want to eat somebody who's in this toilet. I don't want to get disease. Okay, that would be the funniest one. He's just a germaphobe werewolf. He's like, nah, I ain't touching that. I don't know where you've been. That's why I want you to bathe every night, so my meal is clean. Okay. I would laugh my ass off if that was actually the reason why. You're like, oh yeah, I want you to clean yourself because I'm a germaphobe. Anyway. So that scream really was Mamiya-san's, huh? Or was it someone who got brutalized? No, I'm not really sure. From what you've told me, it's possible that you're... Oh, are they saying that the person who was brutalized was the one who was killed and is now replaced by a wolf? Okay, that's what they mean by that line. So the other two died from the corruption, but somebody who did do the ritual was killed and replaced by a wolf? I don't know, it's weird. I'm not sure, did they actually do the ritual this night, or is the ritual done at a different time, or... Anyway. Well, it's possible, but I know full well I'm no wolf, and that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, like I said the last time when I made my like no information guesses, my guess, she's gonna be a wolf, and so is the old lady. Those are my two guesses. The old lady and Kemi. Those are my guesses. Just like everyone else, huh? Fair point. Now this was a predicament. Question 1. Ask away. Are those marks the only proof that there are two wolves? I recall the strange symbols in the large rock. The two warped diamonds with spirals inside. Yeah, the mark represents the Okami-san returning from Yomi. So since there are two marks, it stands to reason there are two wolves. So it's speculation. Not much reason to question it, though. We have these annual mountain festivals, and there's always a guardian costume parade. The number of wolves in the parade is announced in a similar way. Huh? So it's normal for there to be multiple wolves, huh? Yeah. In Shinai-sama Shrine, for example, you have 3 wolf statues. For the festival, the Mirogama divine the number of wolves or something, and then record that number overnight. By leaving those marks on the stones, huh? No. Kamifuji Yoshi doesn't have Okiba. Those stones, I mean. So they apparently draw them to the shrine grounds. Apparently? The people of Yasumizu are taught to wait for the guardians in Yasumizu, so I never saw the marks myself. So one of those marks in Kamifuji Yoshi means one wolf in the parade? Not exactly. The wolf sign in Kamifuji Yoshi isn't as warped for one. Then the mark with the spiral and the diamond is only the sign of the wolves that come back from the Yomi. It's a Yasumizu thing, so they don't have it in Kamifuji Yoshi. I see. But still, the number of wolves and marks match up. Yep, a 3-wolf festival is considered good luck there. Kemi herself didn't look at least a bit happy talking about it. Anyway, I had all the take from this was that there were at the most 3 Okami-sama wolves. Well, inside of you... There wasn't actually 2 wolves. It actually was just saying that inside one person there's 2 wolves, and they're both named Moon Moon. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear of Jinmenken, of the possession of fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. Yeah, if this game had oh fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? If this game had the Fox Girls, then this would definitely be a porn VN. On the other hand, the fact that there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guess it has something to do with presentation, trinities, and all that. Though the idea of 3 wolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation that made it easy to understand what was going on here. About what the humans who got guardians. How many of them are there? There are 2 monkeys, but only 1 of the rest. I see. So there are 5 guardians and 2 wolves. And the rest are humans? It's pretty bad that there's 2 wolves. 'Cause that makes them strong? That's one reason. But you can only kill 1 per day, right? If there's multiple, getting them at all will take more time. Oh yeah. I just realized the crow would be kind of pointless if there was only 1 wolf. Why? The crow's ability lets them tell whether the corpse is a wolf or a human, right? That means that a wolf doesn't transform back into a wolf even when it dies. The corpse stays human. That makes the crow's power useful. You wouldn't be able to tell if a wolf was dead otherwise. Yeah, that's true. But what does that have to do with the number of wolves? Imagine if there was only 1 wolf. They killed him. What happens next? I got nothing? Exactly, nothing. Or rather, the wolves won't kill any more people. Game over, humans win. Oh, I see. So if there was only 1 wolf, you could tell it was dead because the killings would stop? And the crow would be pointless. Exactly. Wow, you're sharp. Well, it's not like this information's very useful. I'm still impressed by how you keep cool in this mess. You're not just some student, are you? What else could I be? A detective? Ah, Professor Layton, the early years. A detective? I like that. A famous detective who came to solve a different crime, but ended up in this murder mystery. And you normally investigate affairs and debts? Wow, you got real quick. Anyway, I have more questions. I mean, it's not that it's not really like that was much of a stretch. If there was only 1 wolf and you got the wolf, there just would be no more killings. So you don't need somebody to tell you if you got the wolf or not. I guess so. Having I mean, technically, if you're saying that, it still doesn't matter. You just know if you got 1 wolf. But once you got them all, you would still know. But it was only the first way to find when you actually get 1 correct. And then once again, you're also gonna have to deal with you don't know who actually is these guardians. And if the wolves are allowed to kill people, the wolves could just especially if you're only allowed to write 1 person's name. Okay, so here's the other question. The wolves must not be able to kill as many people as they want, right? Because if the wolves can just kill 1 person each day, then the game's going to be over super quickly. You have to nab them almost instantly. Because there's only 11, 12 people in the entire town. So that's 3-4 nights, and pretty much no one can stop them. Even if it's 2 wolves and 2 people, if you can only hang 1 person a night, you're going to have to nail the wolves really quickly. And if there's 2 wolves and 2 people, then the wolves can always just vote for 1 person and keep fucking hanging everyone else. So it's unless the wolves can't kill people, or they're only allowed to kill 1 person and you can protect them with that protection power, then there's a lot of people who are just gonna fucking just die. Anyway, wow, that got real quick. Anyway, I got more questions. How many people can the... Okay, I guess they're answering the questions I just asked. How many people can the wolves kill per day? It'd suck if everyone got killed overnight. That won't happen. Remember the snake? You need to ask the mountain who's what. They need to ask the mountain who's what? What? True, and the spider would be pretty useless if they just protected 1 human while everyone else, including them, died. This is also why I wondered if Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san got brutalized. Killing even 2 people would make it pretty bad. But it was just 1 per day, or... Well, that raises another question. Why do these supernatural monsters even need to follow rules like that? I mean, my guess is the reason why that honestly is the easiest question of them all. Why are the supernatural creatures following the rules? Because they were summoned here by a supernatural force that is making them follow rules. Like that's not like their goal, or the god's goal isn't just kill everyone in town. The god's goal is, I want to watch this shit go down. I want to punish them by making them kill their own people and the wolves. That's the point. So that's not really a dumb question. Like if the wolves, like if the god just wanted the town dead, the wolves just wouldn't transform into people. They just stroll on in and just murder everybody, right? So it's kind of a dumb question, but is that weird? Of course it is. Imagine if there were 3. One corpse would barely serve as a snack. I don't think they're attacking people because they're hungry. Oh, so they're just out for revenge? Not really sure, but it doesn't seem like they're doing this because they want to. I feel they have their own laws they have to obey. That was what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules. Breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption. Some sort of supernatural punishment from Shinai-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yamabito done away with immediately. However, instead the humans retained the aid of their guardians, and only 1 kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. With the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf, the Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountain similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge. Was it really that simple? Or was there something else going on? Well, like I said, honestly, the real threatening the town and the god getting vengeance on them wouldn't be the fact that the wolves are killing people. It would be that they have to decide their own town members who they're going to have to kill, and could easily just be wrong. That it's literally a town ripping itself apart. That I think is the true punishment, more than just wolves show up and kill people. It was quite scary, and I wanted to know all about it. I guess we should at least ask the elders how many people the wolves kill. True. But is someone really going to die again tonight? We already got 2 casualties, and for all we know, those who wolves replaced might be dead too. Hold on. They're cleaning up the bodies, right? We gotta check them probably to see if there aren't more than 2 bodies or anything. Kanzo-ji-chan checked the first thing in the morning. There were only 2 people worth of bone and guts. Huh? Really? Does he have experience doing this kind of thing? He's a hunter, so he's used to butchering animals. Well, that makes sense. That reminds me, this is probably the most important thing. Why aren't you trying to run away and call the police? Huh? I want a straight answer to this. Honestly, I can't think of a better move in this situation. I was aware the people were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting? Why not just leave, Lamau? We can't escape this place. Can I ask why? It's complicated, but we all know it's true. There is no way to escape this place. The mist is completely impassable. I'm not going to waste time on something I know can't be done. Have you seen it for yourself, or are you just trusting what someone else said? Sorry, I can't really explain how. I just know. Once the feast begins, no one can leave Yasumizu. Alright, so here's the question, right? The townspeople have excluded me from the feast. Also, I died once, and I came back to a past version of myself. Why don't I try escaping? Even if it kills me, at least I'll know the answer. Plus, maybe I can just get through anyway. Although, that wouldn't help them survive. It would just, get me the fuck out of here. So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she subconsciously gained the knowledge through some experience. Also, I know nobody is going to actually answer me, but anything that I say here, any question that I ask is rhetorical. I do not actually expect an answer. So you have no proof, but you still can't escape. Yep, everyone else would probably say the same. What are the odds that your blind faith is something that's total bullshit? Well, higher than 0. What if I said that I, as someone who overlooked what the god of the mountain, would try to leave anyway? I'd do everything I could to stop you. Even if the others allow it, it's because they don't care if you die. That was pretty scary. So you worried about me? More than anyone else here. Thanks. I can feel the love. Love? She was going all red on me now. This seemed to be taking it pretty far of an act.
No, I just have a conscience.
The others here don't then?
Well, you should know that they are way colder to outsiders than they appear. I'm kind of an outsider myself, so I can relate to your situation.
You go on a road trip with someone just based on that?
Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice.
Huh? You only agreed because you felt sorry for me? Don't you think you can get out of your promise that easy?
Wow, how do you respond to that? Oh, but wait, your bike's broken.
If it's for a date, I'll take a loan out and get a new one.
A date? I guess it is. But wait, you'll take out a loan while you're still in school? Besides, don't promise things like that usually end up with someone dying. Let's worry about that after we survive.
Shit. First she was all over me, and now she's playing hard again. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun. But right now, she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice.
Back to the whole police thing. Really, you can't expect much from them here.
Because it's supernatural?
Well, that's one reason, but we have just one officer in Kami Fujiyoshi. And Kami Fujiyoshi wants nothing to do with what happens here in Nazumizu.
Well, yeah, duh. Obviously, they don't want the fucking penalty death game wolf bullshit to happen. That's why they killed God. They went all JRPG up in here and they killed a fucking god. Classic. Maybe they're the ones who were playing Final Fantasy all along. Maybe it wasn't an April Fool's joke. You know, I've been thinking.
Spot on.
I hadn't even said anything yet.
Yep, Nazumizu is basically the local settlement for those who were ostracized.
She really did guess what I was going to say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villagers were punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of other people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment. Did you all do something?
Most of us did nothing. The Makishima, Yamikawa, and Muro families have been here for generations. Can you keep a secret?
Sure.
Kaori Oribe was originally an outsider who married into the Higurashi family, but her husband messed up somewhere down the line and died. I hear she was forced to move here with Yasu-kun, who was still very little.
Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I had heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles? In this day and age? It seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times.
Then there's Mochi. He was in the Nosato family's heir apparent. Guy's an actual blue blood.
Huh? Really?
Yeah. He and Kiyonosuke-san are uncle and nephew.
They were nothing alike.
Mochi's a bit weird, though. So he was put up for adoption and sent to Yasumizu.
Oh, yeah. Kiyonosuke said something about that. Sheesh! That was certainly... What century did they think this was? What about you?
I did an oopsie.
Did you used to be a bit wild?
You don't like that?
Nope, I'm actually into that.
Wow, you really go all in, don't you?
With her pulling hits and runs, I really had no choice. Yeah. She didn't actually say shit. You just said something. She's like, oh, yeah, you were right. Ha, ha, ha. Legit actual murderer. It's fine. There's going to be a tragic backstory. It'll be fine. We'll find that out halfway through the thing. Anyway, this place is basically abandoned. I couldn't expect any outside help, and everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to supernatural reasons. What were they? What were my options here? Leave or stay. So leave is probably going to get me killed, and then there's stay. I know. Let's see. There was something else here that they're mentioning. No, that was in a different menu. Anyway, the hint corner. Okay. I'll look up that later and find out what it is. So this is the log. This is just going through, I guess, the options. So this is the chart. This is just how many different points I've hit so far. I've hit so far. What's next? Oh no. Okay, so that you could literally just skip the different choices if you wanted to fast forward. Okay. Anyway. So what were my options here? Well, leave or stay. Well, let's go with the one we probably shouldn't be doing. It was probably best to just leave before I got too deep into this, and while it was still bright out. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. I couldn't expect anyone to leave me out, but dropping dead in the middle of nowhere seemed better than getting eaten alive here. After making my decision, I wrapped up my conversation with Kemi, and we returned to her room. And then I said, "See ya, bitch!" But I just told you not to do it. Nope. Don't mind me. I just have powers I'm not going to tell you about. I'm actually the third guardian deity, the time travel deity. She gave me some cup ramen, and it looked like she wouldn't tell me why she hadn't let me eat the dining hall's food. I assume that's part of the ritual, so she purposely kept me out of the ritual. I didn't want to go any deeper into this than I already was, so I didn't ask. During lunch, Kemi went to the bathroom. That was my chance. I took out a notepad, quickly wrote, "Sorry, I'm leaving," took out my stuff, and left the room. Using the mist to my advantage, I passed the inhabitants and headed to the upper part of the settlement. Alright, I got to the entrance of the mountain path. The road was unpaved and sided by two giant boulders, reminiscent of a torii without a top. I could see why everyone was afraid to go beyond this point. The human mountain forest looked both gloomy and scary. But walking further seemed far less risky than staying in the settlement. I walked ahead. And soon had to stop. The road was ruined. A car would have been useless here, so this was why Miyamama-san and Hashimoto couldn't leave yesterday and had to spend the night in the van. However, I wasn't exactly heavy, so getting past this was easy. I had no idea why obstacles like this were enough to hold back video game characters. Too true, too true. You could easily walk around it. Holy shit. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what. Yes, because they're just guardrails to stop you from going where they didn't make a game. Duh. Don't give me that shit. But yes, it is always funny when there's like a simple guide rope and you're like, oh, can't get around this. Though, they could have it worse. There was that one game where there was both an obstacle and an impassable cliff-like mist. Oh, are you starting to talk about Silent Hill now? This is the last situation where you fucking mention Silent Hill, bro. Or you could be playing Skyrim, where you can jump over the entire mountain wall that surrounds the entire game and jump off to the ends of the earth and go out of bounds. You know, that's always fun. Although that would be funny if they actually did treat this like a video game. So me going through the mist just made me go out of bounds. All I have to do is put my lantern down and walk far enough away, and I'll go out of the matrix. Anyway, I kept on walking. Most of the ground here was covered in dead leaves, ferns, and moss, making it really slippery. I supported myself by holding on to nearby saplings, but I ended up breaking a few branches. This mountain seemed completely untouched. Hideyoshi's people clearly didn't do any forestry. I came across a very steep slope. Climbing up was impossible. I come this far avoiding slopes and followed the road. But before I knew it, I'd lost sight of the road. It wasn't all that smart, but I decided to keep going up. Logic told me that it'd be closer to Kami Fujiyoshi the higher I got. Seriously, what was up with this mist? I couldn't see anything, ahead of or behind me. I felt like I was swimming through rice water. Perhaps milk, jelly? It seemed like it was heavier than the air and too dense to breathe in. I felt like it would congeal around me the moment I stopped moving. What was I thinking? This was reality, and that was just mist. I walked up the desolate slope and kept walking. I had to constantly remind myself that this was just a mist and this was nothing but reality. I had no idea what happened in the end. Oh, okay. So there wasn't even like anything we learned. So what I'm getting from this is, considering you can just keep reloading, you might as well just keep trying and maybe get a flashlight, bring it with you. Keep trying until you find out what's stopping you. Because that's kind of lackluster. You don't even get like a hint about or some force. It's just, yeah, you kept walking and then the game reloaded you. Watch the hint corner? Sure. I'll actually watch the hint corner this time. Let's see. Because apparently this is supposed to be him talking about stuff. Hey, you've done it now, eh, Chief? Let's just get the hint out of the way and move right to the next one. I mean, I know what the fucking hint is. Choose the other option. Bad ending number 4, mysterious death in the forest. Just like the rules say, it seems you can't flee as a Mizu.
I don't know why that is, but you probably wouldn't have believed it for yourself unless you tried it once, would you? Well, Harukai Fushiashi can just redo things after he dies. We'll go to for ill. He can try as much as he wants until he gets it. If you want to go 4, just go back to 3. Okay, I got that.
All right, so what I'm going to be doing is, all right, we're going to use our brains. I'm going to do the dumb thing that I think might be correct. I have no reason to think this, but I'm going to keep trying it. What if what if I choose the same thing again? Does my character reference that I've done this again and is doing it again? Probably best to leave before I got too deep in the woods while it was still bright out. Being left to the forces, hard giving me safety. I couldn't expect anyone to leave me dropping dead in the middle of the nowhere. Seemed better than getting eaten alive here. Two giant boulders, walking further, walked ahead. Car, however, wasn't okay. So he's not referencing that he has done this before. Steep slope, impossible. Yeah, okay, it's just the same. No, okay, so it just ends up being the same. It's not like he learned from it and that like a new choice showed up. Okay. Yep, I get it. Hold up. There you go. All right, so we're going to go back here. We skip, and then we'll stay, of course. Okay. So I'm assuming that means that there are no other wrong choices, that if you accept the wrong choice multiple times, will lead you to a different choice. That's going to be my guess. Hopefully that's not something that sneaks in the game later and it's like, oh yeah, actually this one particular choice you had to choose the wrong choice twice to then get an extra option because your character knew it. And is my character going to reference that he knows what happens the last time I left? So that's something that I think would be like, because me dying in the mist didn't even give me a key. It didn't even give me the knowledge knowing that you definitely cannot leave. Or maybe it's just the way I tried leaving. I don't know. My mind, I'm sitting here trying to think of, is there ways the game could trick me in the way that the rules work, that I need to like gamify it, or should I just treat this stop using that word for this and just ignore it and just take it and go for the ride. Obviously escape was the ideal choice, but at this point I didn't see anyone guiding me out. All I had to look forward to was either dropping dead somewhere in the mountains or becoming a snack in the village. The first seemed way more attractive, but unfortunately, I hadn't gotten attached to the people here. Because it would have been neat if the second time I tried to leave the village, I actually took a flashlight with me. Or, found out why I died. That's why running away wasn't an option for me. I'll go ahead and ask, why aren't you letting me eat Yasumizu stuff? What's this foreshadowing? You noticed? Yeah, I figured I should clear up anything shady before it comes back to bite me. It's scary.
You got me. But really, this is just some insurance. A little medicine for the mind.
No, tell me more.
You know how it can be, right? You eat something from a strange place, and the next thing you know, you're turned into a pig and can't run away?
What? The hell? Is this hell or something? I'd seen that anime on DVD, by the way. Which way to the bathhouse? Wait, what? You eat food? Oh, he's talking about, oh god. It's one of Miyazaki films. One of the fucking Ghibli ones. With the no-face thing. I forget what that's called. We watched that. I think I watched that in like 5th grade. I think the teacher put that on. I don't remember what that one was called. Anyway. Where they go to like a bathhouse and everything like that. And the little girl is doing bathhouse things and there's a witch there. And her parents get turned into pigs. Anyway.
I can't say it isn't.
seemed like some serious overthinking to me, if not just serious superstition. How long will this last?
I brought a ton of food from the outside, so you should be fine for a while.
Cup ramen, huh? I did appreciate it, but I had mixed feelings on living like it was the apocalypse over a local superstition. Anyway, I went to Kemi's room and she gave me some cup ramen. I agreed I'd pay for it after this was all over. I actually skipped 2 meals, so I was still hungry, but I was used to skipping meals to cut costs, so that wasn't a problem. I wanted to relax and think things over, but Kemi was curious about the others, and they ended up tagging along. It was probably because I wasn't in a position to be by myself. Plus, we need to find out more information.
Oh, welcome. Are you here for lunch? Nope, we just came to kill time. Can we sit? Of course, I'll bring you some tea.
Can I have some just warm water instead?
Oh, but tea is good for you.
I'm the type who can't sleep if I drink tea.
Oh, I see. Warm water it is then. I'd have liked it if you refused that too.
But you use water from here whenever you make cup ramen, right?
Ah,
You didn't realize that?
maybe it's safe when you boil it?
Could Hell's water really be purified by boiling?
Here you go. I must say, you're quite unfortunate. Your bike was broken and now you're, you know.
Oh, it's nothing compared to everyone else here. If I may ask, does this kind of thing happen often? Is it an annual or something? I asked something important like it was no big deal.
No, it certainly isn't that common. Personally, this is my first feast. I did hear that people died when the mists appeared before, but that was before most of us were here.
As in, they hadn't been ostracized back then. I could ask that, but I probably couldn't dig too deep. So this is the first for many people here, right?
Yes, I think so.
I see. If that's the case, knowledge of the rules seems strangely well kept.
You see that kind of place this is, don't you? There's not much in the way of entertainment here, so the little ones grew up listening to the tales of the elders. The tales and songs are always passed down and survive for a long time.
Songs?
Song.
Whoa. The mysterious Miko-chan popped out of nowhere.
I learned a song. Oh my, you did? Could you sing it for us? Shinai-san's guardians are 1 cake, 2 funky, 3 blow, 4 writer. Cake, funky, blow.
Oh, cake, funky, blow, and rider? So, was it about a guy who had a funky birthday party with a cake and ended the night on a happy note? The melody seemed familiar, though.
I guess it was too difficult for her. Miko, so this is where you were.
Ah. The guardian came soon after.
Oh my, I'm sorry. We just had lunch, so the place is a bit of a mess.
Okari Orbi-san humbled herself.
Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize. I let Miko wander off here. No need for all that. It's a difficult time for us all. You are free to come here and relax whenever you like. Very well.
A silent thud. And a loud one. The woman just collapsed.
Ah, are you okay? Oh dear, are you hurt?
Apparently, she wasn't trying some technique of unique form of relaxation. She just tripped on the rail of the floor.
Oh, it hurts.
She put her hands on her throbbed nose and became teary-eyed. Lady's mysterious vibe crumbled in an instant. The woman noticed my surprise and pouted. She might have been more expressive than I realized.
Please, don't look at me like that.
I'm sorry. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've talked.
You might be right. My apologies.
For what?
I got you involved in this. Run.
Oh yeah, you told me to run away.
I saw the evening mist come, but I hoped you could escape.
Oh, so that's how it was. A part of me thought you foretold the future or something.
Yurimatsu isn't the Lookout family.
Now that sounded significant. What does that mean?
This isn't something we can share with outsiders.
Crap. Kemi's lack of reserve made me forget my boundaries here. I'm sorry. You're wearing some strange clothes, so I thought you were a Shinto priestess or something.
Oh, I'm not that important. Haruki-san, don't bother Rikaku-san that much.
Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Kako.
Oh, you just called me by my first name.
Sorry? Kemi called her that way, so I thought that was okay. Man, this was confusing.
I'm not bothered.
Oh, sorry about that.
Huh, you two are getting along?
I'd have appreciated if she didn't put me in a weird situation.
I'm going back. What about you, Miko? I'll stay a bit longer. I see. Come back before evening.
And so she left.
She's a bit weird, but still cute, right?
She is.
She's cute, right?
Is she?
Which one is it?
That's my question.
Natural beauties have it good. They look young and pretty no matter how old they get.
Well, that was some bait. I'll bite. How old is she?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure she's younger than 30, but she's definitely older than me.
That's older than expected.
I know, right? She's so little. And did you see that baby face?
By the way, is she... Oh, fuck. Hello. We were joined by the students. Bob, can we come in now?
Oh, Yasunaga Haru-chan, welcome.
Hey, you. Yep, you at your service.
Are you messing with me?
I was, actually. Was it that? Haru?
Rakusumiya-san? You almost called me Haru-chan, didn't you? We've only just met. You don't do that. It's unreasonable.
Calm down. Hysteric heroines aren't popular.
You're still messing around. I came here to say something to you.
Her behavior was pretty unreasonable, too, to be honest. But instead of pointing it out, I just corrected my posture and waited for her to hear what she had to say.
You're getting too close to Chine. She's pretty busy, so you should leave her alone and do your own thing.
You were busy?
I wouldn't say so. Even if she has some free time, she's a lady, so you need to be considerate and keep your distance. It's a mature thing to do.
No, that's true.
If you agree, then just go away somewhere. That's why adults are so unfair, filthy, and annoying.
Yes, I am a filthy old man.
Haru-chan, did you really come with me?
Oh, sorry. Haru-chan, did you really come with me just to say that? Oh, Bob, I have a message from Takumi-ni.
What is it?
Well, been going to sleep early for a while, so maybe we should have packed lunches.
Oh, that's true. I should hurry and start making the rice.
Also, Fujidashi-san, take this. Vroom vroom, huh? Me? I was busy deflecting Haru-chan's attacks with my stupidity barrier, so being dragged into the conversation surprised me a bit. He gave me a rather dirty, rusty, cheap-looking cylindrical key. It wasn't even attached to a keychain. And it looked exactly like... Shit, not that one. Oh, it likes it. It's the key to the door. Takumi said he got it from Teba. Huh? Why'd he do that? He said he felt pretty bad about making you sleep outside last night. What, a sincere and considerate person.
He really is. People like him make leaving in a place like this far easier.
Bob, you really...
Oh, the rice.
With an awkward smile on her face, Kaori-san went back to the kitchen. I'm sorry you had to see that. Don't worry, I'm just a clueless outsider. I made a blatant lie. Everyone could tell that Kaori and Takumi-san would make a nice couple.
I'm the
one talking about Haru-chan too. Hey, stop picking a fight with me with the outsider.
Hey, he's bothering you too, isn't he?
Not really.
Anyway, if you don't have anything to do with the face, then just get out.
Stop it already.
Why?
Fujidashi-san is a victim. Don't be so heartless.
What the hell? You're such a dummy.
Ugh, this is such a mess. They had to stop fighting about me. We had an innocent little girl here. Also, Kemi's info was confirmed to be true. Trying to escape seemed dangerous, and recommending it was heartless. See, this is the part that I think shouldn't happen. Because I chose to leave, it should say also since I confirmed Kemi's info was true, trying to escape seemed like it's kind of weird that I only remember what the keys allow me to, unless that's part of the game, that I'm only allowed to remember what the keys allow me to remember, and I don't just remember every failed save state or every failed path. Otherwise, this would be different, or it's just they didn't feel like writing this different thing twice and having different checks in there to make sure. Basically, getting out of here was difficult. That made me all more grateful for the room. I'd been so busy trying to understand what was going on in this place that I didn't even consider how I would deal with myself. I have to thank Takumi-san.
Calm down, you two. Haru-chan, want to play with Chine? Play what? Prayer and Shigami. Now, seriously? I want to show Miko-san how it's supposed to be done. Ba? That's fine, but wow, you really care about stuff like this, huh? Yeah, kinda.
Something was about to begin. No longer the center of attention, I began drinking the hot water Kaori-san placed before me. The teacup had a strange symbol embalmed at the bottom. It looked like a family crest. Yasunaga-kun, what's that mean? Oh, that was one of the Kabufuji Yoshi had family crests. You should just throw it away. His harsh tone made it pretty likely that this was the crest of the Higuchi family, the ones who banished them here. Haru-chan moved to a chair and sat down in front of Kemi.
Can I play this man's role? Sure. Let's go. 1, 2. Shinai-san's guardians are 1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider.
They started playing an action rhyme, much like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. Fully in sync, they clapped, slapped their knees, clapped again, joined hands, etc., all according to the rhythm. And there was no mistaking it. This was actually the song I heard yesterday morning.
5, prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. 6, the badger runs along late with Nair as a fix.
They were doing it pretty quickly, so I couldn't see everything, but it was definitely complex. They even raised fingers and made fist bumps. Also, I was pretty sure I heard that part somewhere.
Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives.
Oh.
7, the corrupt Yamibito rise to oppose the mountain.
Suddenly, the song changed in tone. The movement switched up too. Haru-chan hit her face, while Kemi stood up for a bit and grabbed her by the shoulders.
8, death of the damned Yamibito is the mandate.
Similar line, but the roles switched.
9, 1 soul per day, not to bind. 10, the mists rise away again.
They returned to the same tone and movements as before, but then, at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. Then they quickly stood up and...
Yay! It's been so long since I did that, I was kind of panicked.
Apparently, they were done.
See that, Miko-chan? That's how it's done. Wow, you were so fast I couldn't see it all. Alright, Haru-chan. Teach it to Miko-chan. What, me? Teach me. Well, alright. Yasu-kun, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Kemi's tone was serious. What is it? Yasunaga-kun instantly understood that it was important, but he seemed to be mindful of me. If it's about the feast, I shouldn't be here, right? Sorry.
Kemi gave me a meaningful look and left. She'd probably tell me something the next time we meet. See, that's another reason why I think Kemi might be one of the wolves. Because if we're not allowed to gain this information, except through her, she could literally just be fucking with us this entire time.
I'm heading out then. Although, so I honestly think considering since we didn't, so I don't know how much our main character knows that he can reload these save points. Because the last dead end we have didn't give me a key, and he doesn't seem to be recording it. So once again, I think the only ones that we can remember are when we ever get a key. That's the only time that we will know that we died in a past event or got some previous information. I'm heading out then.
Very well. You take care now.
Kiori-san stuck her head out and said goodbye to me as he left the dining hall. Because at this point, you should just be trying to eavesdrop on everything, even if they, like, what the village is going to do, kill me? Oh well, I still know the information. I put together what I learned, the settlement's beliefs, circumstances, and the inhabitants' stances. Oh, I guess it's funny. I just finished playing Outer Wilds, and now this game is kind of like Outer Wilds. Gotta use your time loop powers, even though it's not technically a time loop. However, Kemi was really the only one I could directly get info from. I couldn't account for any biases she might have had. The other inhabitants, albeit to varying degrees, didn't trust me. I could probably have decent talks with Yasunaka-kun, but his situation seemed to be similar to Kemi's. I'd have liked to get info from the elders. Maybe the best option is somehow join the feast myself. From what Kemi told me, the feast was really vile and dangerous tradition. And that didn't change even when you consider the tales, and that there had been already lynchings because of this. Normally, something so brutal would have changed to become some harmless festival by now. How did such a tradition survive in the modern day, despite murder and lynchings being completely illegal? Was this place simply beyond the reach of the law or something? Well, they've already mentioned that there's only one cop in the neighboring town. So, like, there's no other cops who are going to become for you. Like, no one's going to be here besides that one guy. There's like, not, unless there's like a random officer who shows up every once a month or so to check, hey, have you guys done any murders recently? And then the town goes, oh, yeah, we left them hanging from the tree just so you could see, officer. Oh, damn, trying to get, like, yeah. If there's no one here to do to practice the law, then yeah, no one's gonna care if it's illegal or not. Or
It's 'cause I saw God.
Or because you'd actually get cursed if you didn't do what the tales told you to do. That's stupid. Then again, I couldn't really write it off. My stance on gods and monsters was basically that. As long as they could be seen, I was willing to accept their existence. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded at best. New teachings and methods could easily reveal things that were previously undetectable. This had happened many times throughout human history. The idea that there were strange animals, ghosts, or aliens that were simply beyond our current ability to perceive was entirely plausible. However, there were disappointing realities too. For example, the original story about something mysterious could have easily been a lie, trick, misunderstanding, or misinformation. Generally speaking, the mysteries of the world all turn out to be one of those. Science disproves things more often than it confirmed them, which was pretty damn boring. I mean, I guess it's the opposite. If you're talking about a mystery story like this, having the answer just be supernatural, like, is less satisfying than it not being supernatural. Because if, let's say we conceded the point that this was all some kind of magical deity for this area's ability to do all this, then there would be, like, the only rules would be whatever rules the god tells you are the rules. There would be nothing else that would be binding them. Like, and it's not like you can get back at the god. Like, you can't get back at Shinai-san. You just be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just doing a thing. We have to accept it. But if it is something that's mundane and that people are doing this for a reason, then it becomes interesting, because then you want to find out what the reason is. And then you also want to find out how are they doing this with mundane means. Considering how much we've seen so far, considering that there's something that looks like the Beowulf person, and that we mysteriously died in the mist, and that we have morbed back into an old memory with this key, my assumption is there is in fact something supernatural happening. That's just a guess. It doesn't give it, so the mystery of this isn't going to be finding out what really is causing this to happen, and it's just going to be solving the premise of the game. So, put your disbelief to the side, stop worrying about it, and just indulge in the supernatural, or try getting a good ending by showing it's not supernatural somehow. Which, I don't know. For Scooby-Doo, I like it always when it's not supernatural. But for other things like this, honestly, it's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll see. Because I don't even know what kind of story they're trying to tell yet. I don't even know if it's supposed to be proving that this magic exists and playing by the god's rules, or ignoring that and trying to feel out what's actually going on. And there's also answers to that question that would make it unsatisfying. Because if you said, oh yeah, you're in a virtual reality pod, then that's just not interesting. Like, then what the fuck do I care? It's like, oh yeah, I randomly walked out of a virtual reality pod, and that's where this whole story was going. It's like, really? That's your answer? All right, I get it, but kind of dumb. Anyway, surely even Houdini, famous for exposing mediums and other frauds, wanted to believe in psychic phenomena. He'd searched the world for hopes of meeting a real medium, but each he found proved to be fake in the end. Well, considering I'd actually seen something that shouldn't have existed, you could say that I was in a way more exciting situation than him. Though my life was in danger, I couldn't really waste time trying to speculate on what that thing was. Back to the matter at hand. For now, the most important thing was understanding and surviving the feast. To pull that off, I needed more info. I still hadn't heard how today's talk had ended. Based on the mood of the place, no one seemed to have died, at least. They died. Shocked, I turned around. Who was this? It was a girl I had never seen before.
They died. Yes, they did. They all died. You will die too, surely. Come to Fujiyoshi, you poor man.
The girl turned and ran, her skirt swaying behind her. Hold up, Mochi.
Whoa, how'd you know, Poop Man?
Who are you calling Poop Man? And well, your clothes surprised me, sure, but you should work on your acting skills.
Hey, this ain't a costume or anything.
Huh? You saying you wear that normally?
Yep, I'm super poor, so the school uniform was the only thing I could wear, but Teiba-san never stopped complaining about that. That's why I borrowed Haru-chan's old clothes. They're cute, aren't they?
Well, they are, but you're a guy, right? If I didn't already, I'd have assumed he was a girl.
Yep, I have one. You can check while you're pissing together.
I didn't want to see that at all. Are you uncomfortable with your gender or something?
What? Nope, I'm a guy.
Then why?
There's no reason. It's just the way I am.
Yep, he's just a drag queen. The way you are?
I'm an eccentric. There's something wrong with my head, so it's hard for me to get along with normal people. But I also can't just do whatever I please, so I ended up being a bit weird.
So this is simply your nature?
Yeah, speaking of nature, if I wasn't cold, I wouldn't mind going around naked.
So basically this was a guy with a unique sense of, well, everything. Unless you found something that really clicked, you'd have had a hard time living anywhere, even in the city. Also, you know what? I get it. Sometimes you really just need to have the boys be aired out. I get you. I get you. Don't worry. I understand you on that one. There's a reason why kilts were invented. There's a nice breeze is kind of nice. You have my sympathies.
Hey, Yasumisa's actually pretty easy to live in. You should move here, Poop Nyan.
What does it have to do with anything?
Living in the city is hard, isn't it?
Nope. It's way more convenient than here.
Really? I thought you escaped because something bad happened.
Well, I can't deny that.
You were a weirdo too, right?
That one I can't deny.
Wait, really? I thought we were birds of a feather. Right, old man? Ah!
Whoa, there was the weird old guy from the bushes.
I think Poop Man's a little weirdo. I know, right? What's that Poop Man is? Poop Man.
Oh, sorry, the other way.
That's right, Poop Man is. Poop Man!
Please don't spread that name. I don't give a damn if you use Fushashi or Harukai? Harukai? Just stop calling me that.
Hassan? Hassan!
Does I look like a Middle Eastern? Does he look like he's a Twitch streamer to you? I was mildly bothered by the accentuation too, but he was probably avoiding using nicknames that were similar to Haru-chan's name. Well, whatever. That works.
Poop Man became Hassan.
I was never Poop Man to begin with. You're close to the old man.
We're fellow crazies.
Well, the old man seemed to be enjoying it. Join us, Hassan.
Join us, Hassan. When the mist clear, we can steal chickens from Kamifujiyoshi.
Why would I do something like that? What are you, Kappas? Hell, why did he like me like that much? Why did he like me that much? Well, that might have been a good thing. He seemed to be a bit more unique than the other two students. By the way, why aren't you with the other students today?
Well, Haru-chan was angry, so I left. It wasn't going to be fun with her.
Why was she angry?
Haru-chan likes Yasun.
Oh,
So she doesn't like that Yasun seems happy about Chine coming back.
I see. So why was she mad at me?
Haru-chan actually wants Yusan and Chine to get together.
Well, I sure didn't expect to hear something like that. So she's helping the target of her unrequited love get a sweetheart?
Yep. That's why you barging in and getting along with Chine messed things up for her.
So basically, I accidentally entered a love triangle. Does Kemi-chan know of any of this?
Pretty sure she does, but she doesn't do anything about it. He has a snowball's chance in hell.
Man, this is kind of harsh.
So yeah, good on you, Hassan. Chine is yours.
Is she now? Wait, are you okay with this?
Why are you asking?
Well, I haven't been here for long, but from what I've seen, you're wild with most people, but kind of gallant around Haru-chan.
Ah. Well, you're probably right. She's a childhood friend and a bit more of an airhead, so I do worry about her. That's all.
That's unexpected. You seem to like the type to mess with such people.
I mess around with you to the very end. I owe a lot to Yasun, and Haru-chan is an unfortunate girl.
You know what? Asking too much at once isn't good. So I'll have you tell me more some other time.
Ah, I already said too much, Hassan. What kind of magic did you use on me?
He was the one who had gone blabbing on his own. By the way, you said that someone died. Did they? Well, I know the journalist did.
Yasumizu's people are still alive, but they're all as good as dead.
Why do you think that?
Who knows? I'm not good at reasons. But well, when Takumi said he was a snake, I had a bad feeling come over me. Oh, it felt like I could hear the wolves laughing.
Wait, what did you just say?
I could hear the wolves laughing.
Before that,
When Takumi said he was a snake?
Takumi-san said he was a snake. Is a snake?
That's what he said.
I got some urgent business, Mochi man. See you both. Oh, sorry, Mochi, old man. See you both.
Huh? The wolf is coming!
You knew? Metal Gear, you knew? Still, I didn't have time nor the connections. Muro-san. Huh? What? That was my line. Why was he farming at a time like this? Thank you for the key. Oh, don't mention it. But don't walk around by yourself. Everyone's on edge as it is. About that, do you know how many humans the wolves can kill per night? Kemi went and told you about it, huh? I insisted on it. In fact, you had to have seen that coming when you sent her to meet me. The info I have is still limited, but I'm still worried. Sorry to bother you, but can you tell me more? Sorry. Won't, cause it's a huge bother. I don't want to waste any time on this dumb shit. I have a farm to care for. I thought you and Kemi would understand, but you're serious about this too? Well, you really didn't seem all that bothered by all this, but 2 people already died. So my guessing is that that this guy's a red herring. My assumption is Takumi's going to be a red herring. He's possibly lying about him being a snake, but I don't think he's a wolf. He could have some other really dumb reason of pretending to be one, just so maybe there's a target on his back and not on somebody else's back, or something like that maybe, instead of who it really is. So he probably has a reason for lying, but my assumption is your first thought is probably, well, he's a wolf and that's why he's lying and saying he's a snake, but there's probably a couple twists and turns after that. What of it? Huh? Listen, people die all the time and I'm always stuck cleaning it up. What? What was he talking about? Did you see the aftermath of the landslide uphill? It's been like that ever since the Nasato got to work on the place 8 years ago when it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I had no idea this was such a big deal. Then there's the idiots from the city, coming here just to hang themselves or getting eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with this old mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishes or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. And yet no one cares. I pick them, give them all nameless graves, and leave it at that. Beasts, corpses. You never know what you'll find in the mountains, kid. But this time, it was in the village. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I never heard of Asian black bears eating humans, so maybe we got a pack of actual wolves here. You're saying that was done by beasts? And you're saying that was done by humans? What of it? We just have to create a night patrol. Why the hell do we have to kill each other? This person was hard to read. There was no denying he had a good head on his shoulders. He was reasonable and skeptical about the unknown. Either that or he's protesting too much. And maybe I was wrong about there being twists and turns. Maybe this is like Danganronpa when Leon was written on the wall and they're pretending like, oh, I don't, what are these numbers? I have no idea what these numbers are. On the other hand, there were some things he put above rationality. He felt like something you could call Yoshimizu's rules, or better yet, fellowship. He looked at the situation from the perspective of, I gotta protect Yasumizu. He did whatever he could with those constraints, but he was in denial about the existence of enemies originating from within Yasumizu. To him, the situation was a common case of some outsiders died, so what? Or maybe that was what he really wanted to think. That made the situation very bad. But I, being an outsider, couldn't say that. That's true. Like you say, there's something wrong with anyone believing such superstition. He looked displeased. What was I supposed to do? But I'm curious about what I first asked. Do the legends say that everyone dies the first night, or what? I need to know how to feel about this. Oh, that won't happen. Wolves can only kill one person per night. Really? But why? What does the legend have to say about it? What did Ba-chan say again? No one can go against the laws of the mountain. Not even the Yomatsu Okima-sama. Yomasatu Okami? Wolves that have returned from the Yomi, apparently. Huh, weird. I felt like I'd heard that term before. Still, wasn't it weird that the laws applied to the wolves too? They were on the Yamabito side, as in the opposing of the mountain. And I was pretty sure the law of the mountain said that only one person could be killed per day. Lynching one during the day was the limit, and killing more than one per night was against the rules. Both would make you the target of the corruption. It didn't make much sense to me, but at least I found out that the wolves, too, could only kill one person per night. Sorry for bothering you with the weird questions. If I get out of your way. Alright. By the way, if you need a extra pair of hands, just ask. I won't meddle any further than I have to, but you're letting me stay here, so at least I can do is earn my keep. Yeah, sure. His last reply was half-hearted, but at least I got a bit of the rules I was missing. When I came back to the dining hall, I found the students, Kemi and Yoshigutsu-kun. Yoshidi? Oh, yeah, you shit. Yeah. And Yoshigutsu-kun and Yasunaga's little brother, Miko, had left.
It's Hassan. Poop Man.
What? The name still got a chance to spread. That aside, I had to find out what happened at today's feast. Recalling what Mochi told me made this kind of hard. Sorry, but can I borrow Kemi-chan?
Wow, I sure am popular these days. Why, yo, you just can't take a hint, can you?
Haru-chan, let's just help Mom.
You say something too?
It's probably something complicated.
I'll be the one who breaks the plates. Haru-chan, you're the one who holds him back. Huh? Hey, what's going on? Sorry about the commotion.
What did you tell Yasunaga-kun?
We talked about today's feast. Things aren't looking good.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
Chikamochi-kun told me that Takumi-san revealed he's the snake.
Oh, sorry. Chikamochi-kun told me that Takumi-san revealed he's a snake.
He did?
Are there any other snakes?
Others? No, there's only one snake.
The mountains gave 4 kinds of guardians. The snake could ask the mountain whether one of the participants was a wolf or not. The monkey was the only one of which there were 2. They had the power to know who the other monkey was. The crow could determine whether the person who was lynched the previous day was a wolf or not. And the spider could ask God to protect one of the other participants from the wolves' attacks. Honestly, if this so-called God really had that power, I complained to him that he should protect everyone. And as far as I knew, anyone who didn't have a guardian was either a powerless human or a wolf. The humans could kill a person during the day, while the wolves could kill a person during the night. It was a battle for survival. The humans had to do everything to find and kill the wolves. If they couldn't find a single wolf during a feast, the whole event was completely meaningless. The wolves would simply crush the settlement. If you're to ignore the fact that it's murder, the fact that you didn't choose a wolf suspect today is pretty bad. It's a day wasted, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I told Yasu-kun.
Then there's the fact that the snake outed himself.
It's pretty bad?
She understood as well. We couldn't expect the help of the police or getting a forensic investigation, not to mention we were up against supernatural monsters. As things were, the snake's power was the only way to find out who or was not a wolf. In other words, losing the snake would mean losing their most powerful weapon against the wolves.
But he should be fine for today. The spider will protect Takumi-chan.
Huh? Hold on. We also know the spider?
No, Yasukun suggested that whoever it is, keep it a secret so that the wolves don't find out.
Sharp.
Kanzoji-chan agreed, and we went with that.
Seems like the right move.
It does. We probably should have done the same with a snake.
They really should have. It was best to secretly gather info without revealing their guardians, especially for the snake. He should have kept quiet and used his power to find out as much about as reasonably possible before revealing himself. I knew it was difficult to figure it out right away, but the fact that the snake, the most important role, was the first to be outed was really bad. From my perspective, Takumi-san had been so focused on protecting Yasumizu himself that he'd made a terrible mistake. He appeared calm, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he had realized this and was actually pretty shaken. Okay, so maybe I have to take back the part where I said that there's probably going to be a couple more twists and turns. If they're not asking questions like, what if he's a wolf and he's lying, and the real snake just doesn't want to say anything? Imagine if the real snake was Mochi, and then Mochi is telling me information, feeding information to me, hinting that what's-his-name's not the real snake. That could be a thing, but that means he would actually be a wolf, or is he just neither and just lying about it? That could also be it. He could also just be human and saying he's the snake just so he'll be the first target to die. And, okay, that's my guess. My guess is he's none of them, and he's lying that he's the snake just so he can help protect the village by being murdered and being targeted. He's trying to burn. All right, that's my guess. My guess is that he's not a wolf pretending to be a snake. He's a normal person pretending to be a snake, trying to protect everybody else, including whoever the actual snake is. What do you think will happen?
What do you think will happen?
She asked like she already knew the answer. The spider was told to protect Takumi-san. The wolves obviously heard that. If they try to go for him, the spider will stop them, right? No idea how, though. So all the wolves have to do is just kill the spider, because the spider's not protecting themselves.
Yeah, and with that, they lose one day's worth of murders.
Kemi seemed to process it a logic game, too. If I were a wolf, I'd ignore Takumi-san and go for someone else.
You think so, too? Who do you think they'll go for?
I don't know. I have no idea what the wolves are prioritizing. If they prefer the blood of women and children, they'll probably go for the younger people.
Scary.
Don't worry, you're not the youngest girl here.
I'll kill you.
It's fine, you're still the prettiest.
I'll forgive you, though. That sounds pretty bad. Who knows what they'll do before killing me?
I'm sure there were plenty of things they could conceive. Apparently, there was another layer of the worst possible scenario. If they're not killing based on their preferences, then they'll kill someone whose death would shake the villagers. That'd be someone influential or a player and valuable to the humans.
That'll be Kanzoji-chan or Yasukun.
That seemed likely. Yasunaga-kun was the only one who'd done something helpful for the villagers this time. He seemed to be the leader of the high schoolers and had a good head on his shoulders. But his ideas required Kanzo Mikishima's approval, which made it pretty clear he was a standout. Honestly, I expect him to take more initiative than he had, but the fact that he considered the younger people's opinions showed real leadership skills. In any case, he wasn't someone the humans wanted to lose. Oh yeah. Did you decide who the Takumi-san will investigate?
Yeah, it's Kinosuke-san.
Huh? What's with that choice?
What do you mean? He asked for it, and we wanted to prioritize those who were the least popular. It made them safer.
I wasn't so sure about that choice. Those who were confirmed as non-wolves would have much more freedom to act. At the very least, they wouldn't be suspected as wolves, who were just trying to exploit the situation during the feast. That being the case, shouldn't they have opted to choose a potential leader to investigate? Well, I didn't really know if Kinosuke Nasoto had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. And also, the wolves could just kill him. So the snake would literally be wasting their turn trying to find out if the person is a wolf or not. Meanwhile, the wolves just kill that person and be like, well, he wasn't one of us, but now you definitely know because we killed him anyway. Thank you for wasting one of your nights. That could be another easy one. All right, let me take a few minute break. Let me get some fresh water, turn on some lights, and I'll be back so I can get my voice a little bit better again. Okay. All right. Back to it. Well, I didn't really know if Kiyonosuke Nishotoshi had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. If they wanted to secure a reliable leader, they should have went for someone like Hanzo Mikishimashi. But wait. If the snake's target is killed by the wolves, the snake's power... Hey, look, I just said that myself. The snake's power will be wasted, right? The deed can be investigated by the crow, after all.
No, those killed at night are chosen by the wolves, so they're obviously humans.
The crow can only investigate those chosen and killed during the daily feasts.
Oh, I see. Makes sense.
Whatever the case, perhaps investigating Kiyonosuke wasn't that much of a mistake. Did that mean they were actually doing a decent job? Well, it would be pretty bad if Kanzoshi was the one to go. Kemi looked gloomy. She and I probably felt that it wasn't a complete blunder, but still had a bad feeling about it. Also, I can't wait for the part in the story where one of the wolves throws the other wolf underneath the bus, because the entire point of winning the game is just to have one wolf survive to kill everyone else. So there's I have a feeling, in my mind, I have a feeling there's going to be a point where a wolf betrays another wolf on purpose, and just so that they can keep surviving in the game. Anyway, during the feast, everyone had to lock themselves somewhere all alone around every sunset. It was called sheltering. Well, I can understand it, considering the legends, but I still wondered why the students didn't go to school. It was a weekday. When I asked, they just told me, why would we leave when it's so dangerous? The idea that they couldn't leave when the mist was here was so popular, it affected their daily lives. Also, the people of Kamifujiyoshi had to know that Yasumizu was covered in mist, right? Considering the school there probably had few students to begin with, the non-presence of the three from Yasumizu would normally be a serious problem. I knew it was a settlement for the ostracized, but did they really neglect this place that badly? Looking at it from that angle, I was safe to assume that the local villages, and Kamifujiyoshi included, actually concealed the feast of the Yomi Purge. I thought about that and similar things in room 203 at the student dorm, the place I was given. Kemi had given me some cup ramen and hot water. We chatted for a moment about being neighbors for a while, and then she returned to her room. Weird we could be so casual about this, considering there was a chance we wouldn't meet again tomorrow. After dinner, I took it. Actually, there is no chance because I haven't been given a choice yet. Otherwise, we'd have been given a choice to stay in this room or not. And then I could die. But if I'm not given a choice, then there's no way I can die unless they give me a key. So, yep. After dinner, I took a bath. The gas boiler was pretty damn old, so learning how to use it took a while. There were some working electrical outlets too, so I could charge my phone. I didn't have a wristwatch, so that was important. By the way, my room didn't have a kitchen. I was pretty sure the other rooms didn't either. From what I could tell, no one here actually cooked or ate at their own homes. They all relied on the dining hall to provide the meals. The settlement had not only unique culture, but a way of life as well. I couldn't help but wonder how something like this began and survived into the modern era. It was an interesting subject to research, but for now, I had to worry about the fact that my life was in danger. Anyway, what were my options now? I wasn't part of the feast, but walking around at night was probably dangerous regardless. After all, I had memories of getting killed doing exactly that. From a logical standpoint, that was probably just a dream, but it had a quality to it that made it hard to believe it was. I had to be careful until I was certain. Then again, I had a record of surviving just by not making any noise at night. Maybe I should have stayed awake and looked around. Also, Takumi-san had said that they were going to have someone keep watch at night, didn't he? Was he going to do it himself? Considering the snake's importance, he shouldn't do something so dangerous. Shit. I barely decided anything in the feast. I wasn't getting enough info either. I felt like I barely knew the basics. Talking during the feast meant giving info to the wolves. But if the humans kept too many things hidden, the wolves would end up knowing way more than them. And that was just dangerous. Still, there was a limit to what I could do in my situation. If I kept being the messenger I was today, I could create a huge imbalance info myself. Not to mention, I could be deemed suspicious and lose the residents' trust. Shit. What was I supposed to do here? Was it best for me to just stay quiet and wait for the feast to end? I mean, so I guess the biggest power of our protagonist here is if our protagonist isn't part of the game, right? He's like, if our protagonist is guaranteed to not have a power, to not be a wolf, he's just a guaranteed human being, then that, I guess, is its own superpower, because everybody knows that I'm the only trustworthy person in town. But I could also use that because then I could actually lie and people would trust me, and I get to, people could tell me things and I could deliver it around and fuck around, and so that could be pretty interesting. Also, I wonder if the wolves are allowed to kill me if I'm not outside. Also, that's another thing. If the wolves are only allowed to kill one person a day, what if everybody just gathered up in a room? I guess they would be killed by the corruption then, right? Because that would instantly break the game if everyone just stood in the same room. Because at night, the two people would change and the wolves could still only kill one person. And then the next day, you would just be like, all right, yeah, we hang this one. And then the next day, you'd have to hang the next person. You would still lose some people, though. Because the wolves would kill one person one night. And then another person the next night. Because you can only choose the hang afterwards. And you can only hang one person a day. So the wolves would still kill at least two people if you did that tactic. But their way around it, I guess, is the corruption would just kill them if they all tried to do that. So that wasn't like me at all. There was a small mail slot at the door. I opened it up to look at that side. Everything was still covered in mist, so I couldn't see much. I could only see the handrail and the branches going in the hallway. But maybe I could see some intruder if I kept staring. Unlikely. After all, this was the room at the end of the second floor. Haru-chan's and Kemi's doors were closer to the stairs, so I couldn't see anyone going to attack them. The only time I could see the monster come would be when it was coming for me. Maybe keeping a watch like this was the most important thing if I wanted to stay alive, but I found it hard to put my own life in the priority list. For some reason, I felt like if I died, I'd just go back to the starting point. Yeah, better not think about that. Anyway, I had to stay awake. I still had many things to worry about and think about. "5:14. What? As I awoke and tried to move, my head rubbed against something tough and then smacked into the doorknob. I writhed in pain. What was going on? Did I fall asleep against the door? Was I more tired than I thought? I was glad I didn't die and all, but this was a failure in my eyes. Sleeping in an unnatural position made my whole body hurt. I wobbled over to my fully charged phone. It was 6 o'clock. That was early morning for me. I'd have loved to just go back and sleep, but I was too curious about the feast. After washing my face with hot water and putting on my shoes, I decided to take a peek through the mail slot. Outside, I saw Kemi standing there with a knife in hand. Dun dun dun. I reflexively stepped back, tripped and fell on my ass. What the hell was that? There's a woman standing before my room with a weapon? I'd only caught a glimpse, but that was enough to conclude that I was dealing with a scene straight out of a horror movie. What could have prompted this? Did she suspect I was a wolf? Or was she a wolf herself? She knocked on the door, making me squeal a bit.
Haruki-san, are you awake?
Would she kill me if I replied?
Wake up, I need a hand checking on everyone. By the way, I'm armed, but it's just for self-defense.
Say that sooner, damn it!
Oh, so you are awake. Don't worry, I just put the weapon away.
I hesitantly peeked through the mail slot and saw her hopping around, showing me her empty hands. After meeting up with Kemi, we went around the dorm and woke up the students. All of them were alright. While they got ready, we went to the Nosato mansion, just 'cause it was close. Yasumizu was all misty and unpleasantly silent. I walked carefully, just like yesterday morning. I couldn't write off the possibility that a werewolf would jump out of the mist and tear me apart. It'd be over for me. I was walking ahead, dragging Kemi by the hand, careful about where I was going. If something happened and I got eaten or something, Kemi would either fight back or run away. Who the fuck was this one again? Oh, I think it's there's someone there. Oh, Masato-san. It's Fusashi and Kemi-san. Where? Oh, there. We peered through the mist and a gloomy frown appeared.
Hey there.
Looks like the mansion was safe. Of course. It's owned, but we are well protected. Not even monsters could make it in, surely.
I see. Then can we all take shelter inside?
Why should I let you? This is Yasumizu's problem, not mine.
I see. Good point. Then we'll get moving and solve this problem together, I guess.
Huh? Wait, it's dangerous. We need to be in groups. Really, I was beginning to think this guy was best described as all bark and no bite. Though prideful and vain, he wasn't as smart as he claimed to be, as shown by his inability to take charge of the feast. Also, his fussy attitude was probably just him making up for his fear. It was entirely possible that he was just putting on an air, and that the mystery of Yasumizu, or rather Fujiyoshi, was actually scaring him. Anyway, we went downhill and met up with the students. Even a familiar road can be scary.
Yeah, Miss sure are weird. I can get naked and no one will be mad.
Stop that, you fool. Haru Makishima was acting weird. Mochi was definitely expecting a retort from her. She didn't say anything, and her face was so pale you could see through the mist. Hanging her head, she was lightly shaking. Everyone else could see it too, but no one chose to address it. Questions were quickly becoming suspicious, after all. Perhaps she was a wolf and did something horrific last night. As we all thought similar things, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Are you alright? Sorry. Fuck, what the fuck? What was voice I was doing for him again?
Are you alright?
Don't touch me! A hoarse scream shocked everyone.
Haru-chan?
Nii-chan,
I just... Sorry, but right now
Yeah, I can understand if you're on edge. Be careful about where you walk. I was doing more of like, be careful about where you walk. Be careful about... Yep. Damn, I think I lost his voice already. I gotta figure out a new one for him fast. When we slowed down, Haru-chan was not touching anyone's hands. Was at the rear of the group. As we walked, trees and stones drifted in and out of visibility through the surrounding mist. Our vision was so limited it felt like the world around us was changing with every step we took. A tunnel of trees, a path, the paddy field, a stone platform, a concrete stairway. We walked between realms with every passing second. I was still wondering about Haru-chan. What was on her mind? Was she afraid or wary? After descending for a bit, we arrived at the plaza. Alright, so Haru-chan, I am going to assume she's not a wolf. She definitely has one of the protector powers. It could be that she's a monkey and that another monkey was killed, and that's so she's like, oh god, I know the other one's gone. That could be it. No.
I see all of you alright.
We met two more people in front of the dining hall.
Are the elders sleeping in?
Ba-chan's still getting dressed. She's not feeling too great right now. Let's check on those who aren't here yet. Come with me, Kyo.
Why are you all ordering me?
Because we might need some manpower. Fushashi, you come too. This is the first time he'd ordered me to do something, but it wasn't a situation where I could be happy about him relying on me. Yes, of course. He probably had a bad feeling. Namely, that he wouldn't be able to rely on a certain someone ever again. As I passed by Kaori-san, I heard a whisper.
Yasunaga, can you help?
With what, Bob?
Finding Yoshigitsu. He's missing.
Everyone probably had a bad feeling about this. The three of us guys checked the houses. Yasunaga-kun, Kemi, and Mochi walked around the settlement. I don't know, would they kill the Yoshit guy? Because you barely got to know him, and he's kind of abrasive. But that would be the best person to not kill first. Like, the best person to just be dead would just be, like, the old man. If the old man was just dead, they'd be like, oh, okay, well, I guess that makes sense. And that would be it. Like, you would just be like, oh, okay. Like, that would be, like, the person who would, like, you kind of think might be one just because he's crazy. He could just be one, and he's hard to suspect. But he could just be the dead one being, and then you like, maybe he has the power. Anyway, I've seen these buildings on the outside, but it's my first time actually walking in. The shabby buildings built using blackened planks were more or less buried in vegetation. Some were on the verge of collapse. The way the frames jutted from the mist reminded me of the carcasses of giant beasts. Also, that's another question. If this is a town of outcasts, and nobody here remembers the last time that this happened, are the two oldest people in this town, did they ever have to deal with this ritual before? Because my question is, what if somebody here was a survivor from another time this happened? Like, maybe the crazy old man ended up being the only survivor from a past game like this. So maybe this town was filled with a completely different group of outcasts that either all were wiped out except for one person, or maybe the old man was a wolf before but isn't now. Something like that would be an interesting thing for them to go over. Oh yeah, no one here actually dealt with this before. This is everyone's first time. And then the one crazy guy goes, nope, not mine. I walked to the line between the grass, a footpath surely. I often heard something small jump in the grass. It was probably just some bugs or frogs, but it still made me flinch.
Rikako-san lives here, right?
Yeah, in that house.
Shit, why must she live in a place like this?
If you don't know, there's no way we would. I guess it's the Mirogama's orders.
To my knowledge, she moved to Yoshimizu in her own accord, and there's no need for her to be here in the first place.
Maybe she knew the mist was coming and came to cast a spell or something to keep it away. That sure didn't work though.
Takumi Muro, I don't mind you being disrespectful of me, but you should choose your word when talking about her. She's a legitimate Kamafujiyoshi family head.
Like I care. This is Yasumizu. She said it herself, didn't she? In the feast, we're all served on the same platter.
Rikako-san, are you alright?
Apparently, Takumi-san didn't like the Yumatsu family, or the four-head families in general. Now that I thought about it, though she wasn't as disliked as Konosuke-shi, the villagers in general weren't fond of Rikaku Yumatsu. She seemed to be a pretty obvious outcome, though. It seemed like a pretty obvious outcome, though. Yasumizu was a settlement for the ostracized. It was impossible for a member of one of the head families who openly spurned them to form a good relationship with the locals. Rikaku-san emerged before too long. She was wearing her usual stage getup, and she didn't seem any different from how she looked yesterday.
I needed to check on Miko.
We moved to the next house. It felt like Rikaku-san was urging me, so I woke the girl up. Miko-chan, it's morning. Well, I couldn't imagine Rikaku-san raising her voice, but the other two probably didn't feel like they had to get involved with the girl. After a few calls, she finally came out, still half asleep.
Bah. Miko, I'm glad you're alright.
Kyo, take them to the dining hall.
Come with me, Rikaku-san. Watch your step. Yes,
She was apparently trying to get my attention, so I turned around and said, yeah?
I'm sorry.
Her sudden apology left me completely confused.
She then departed alongside the other two, leaving me alone with Takumi-san.
Are you sure we should go on without Kiyonosuke-san?
He'd be useless anyway. I only brought him along in case I was the Uemasa's mock priestess that died. But now that I know who got killed, he could still be the old wolf guy. Shut up! If old man Kanzo was around, he'd have been woken up earlier than anyone and searched the length of Yasumitsu 3 times by now. Sorry. His house is over there.
I followed him in silence. I couldn't think of anything to say. The fact that the door was unlocked made it clear that something wasn't right. The moment I opened, my nostrils were assaulted by the smell I experienced just yesterday. The reek of a fresh corpse.
Damn it!
Unlike Takumi-san, who was looking away and cursing, I did my best to burn that scene I witnessed into my memory. I felt like to avert my eyes would be disrespectful and chided myself for wanting to look away. His body was much more intact than Mamamiya-san and Hashimoto-san's. That made it much easier to become painfully aware of the fact that this was a human, an intelligent life form who was with us yesterday. Like it was no big deal. There's one problem though. The part of the body that used to be the head was completely destroyed. There was no part of the head left untouched. It was that thorough. It was obviously the result of relentless, heavy blunt attacks. Everything above the neck was just a strange, flat mess of shattered skull fragments and white and red organic matter. Compared to it, everything else was largely unharmed. The odd-looking clothing and the unexpected robust chest for someone his age were all the proof needed to know that this was the body of Kanzo Makishimishi. So the head was smashed in, and all you have to know of him is the body? I mean, I'm not going to say they have like a complete body double waiting to be him, and he's not actually dead and he's just off somewhere else. Maybe the fact that they mentioned, like, they put me in a game cage that smelt like it was, I don't know, did he say there was fresh blood on the bottom? And the bodies that they found were smashed? He did say when the building collapsed, it crushed 2 people's bodies. So maybe it could have been the 2 people that were crushed in that landslide that he said that the one guy buried. Maybe they dug up the bodies and then put fresh meat around it, and they're like, oh yeah, definitely those 2 are dead, wink wink. Maybe. I don't know. I still don't know whether I want to believe it's supernatural yet. If that would make the story interesting just playing by the rules the game is giving us, or if there's something else that's manipulating the rules. That the reason why everything is playing by a set of rules is because no one's actually in danger, and that this is just some kind of thing. But I don't know. To what end would it be? Just to make everybody here suffer? Like, it could be the outside villagers just making people hang each other, and none of the other murders are actually happening? I don't know. I'm still on the side of it's probably supernatural, and this is just, play with the game.
We'll clean it up? What else?
Please wait a bit.
What are you gonna do?
Run as much as I can. Since we had no idea we could get out of here, protecting the scene of the crime for an official investigation meant we had to leave the body to rot here, and we just couldn't do that. And considering the horrible state it was in, the villagers probably wanted to take care of their own way as soon as possible. Not much I could do to stop that. Thus, I did my duty as someone without such obligations. This corpse was completely unlike the ones from yesterday. While those who were destroyed completely, the damage on this one was focused on the head. The weapon clearly wasn't sharp. They'd used something blunt. The skin on his face was torn, but not sliced apart, and the skull was shattered. This was caused by repeated blunt attacks on the head. It wasn't my job to picture whether there was some profound grudge in this. The only clear thing here was that the wolves killed him using something blunt, not claws or fangs. And it was obviously done with dedicated intent, not accidentally. At the very least, the entity that made this corpse wasn't the same as the ones that made them from yesterday. It made sense if you separated them and assumed that yesterday's was the corruption and today's was the wolves.
But the thing I'd seen when I was walking around at night, that time it had the appearance of a wolf. Or rather, a werewolf. If the werewolves were the ones bringing the corruption, the tale all this was based on would make even less sense. If the corruption was Great Lord Shannai's, the mountain god's punishment, it'd be weird for it to be delivered by the wolves. Holding back my nausea, I looked back at the corpse. Then I rolled back my sleeves and reached for the destroyed head. Hey, what are you doing? I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I still had to look. Decapitation meant body doubles. Mystery writing 101. Hey, I said that too. If someone brought in and killed a person with a similar build to Kanzoshi's and left him here, his death could easily be fake. Did Kanjo-san have a silver capped tooth in his lower jaw? No, he didn't. His voice was strangely forced. I looked at him and realized he was kind of pale. I might have overdone it. Still, I couldn't be soft with the situation. He wasn't proud that he didn't need any crowns or anything despite being over 60. Why? Did you find one? No, I only asked to prevent any misdirection. It's a healthy set of teeth. What the hell? The lower jaw was mostly intact, while the upper one was destroyed along with the rest of the head. Despite that, I saw a hint of the old man in the eyebrows, and that dark hair with streaks of gray in them. It was pretty clear. It was the one and only Kanzo Makushimashi. So it was probably pointless to keep thinking about the way he was injured. My hands were all messy. I'd have to wash them later. The corpse aside, Kanzoshi was lying on some thin bedding, and there was no sign of a struggle. He was either instantly killed by the first attack, knocked out, laid here, and then killed. Still, it wasn't a corpse that was easy to make. The situation here was peculiar. One point I found curious was the fact that Kanzoshi surely obeyed the shelter law and locked himself in. However, the lock on the door was still perfectly intact. So logically speaking, Kanzoshi had opened the door and let the culprit in. There was no sign of resistance, so it was probably done by someone he felt safe with. However, if this was a normal killing by the standards of the Feast of the Yomi Purge, then this was definitely made possible by something unnatural. Back to the situation at hand. The futon and everything around it were bloody, obviously, but there was another strange thing about the crime scene: the dampness. Some spots were really wet, and clearly not because of the mist. It was like the murderer purposely spread some water here. Were they trying to wash away the blood splatter on them? Or was there no point in doing it in front of the body? The footprints were faded, but they were trying to cover their tracks. They were still pretty visible though. It was more like they put bloody footprints on a futon and tatami that was already wet. The shape of the print. So maybe Maya, was it Maya? Whatever the fuck her name is, or Haru? Maybe Haru went to her grandfather or father, whoever that's supposed to be. Went to him, and he's like, "Why are you disobeying the laws? Get over here!" And then they went to bed. Werewolf came in and killed him. She woke up and was like, oh my god, he's fucking dead next to me, and I was in the room with my grandfather or father. Oh my god, this looks so bad. Oh my god, I need to get out of here. Uh-oh, blood's on me. I gotta wash this off. I hope nobody I hope nobody thinks that I'm the wolf and hangs me. I don't want to die. Because it would, once again, it would be too easy if it was just, oh yeah, she's a wolf, her father let her in, and then she killed him. And that'd be too easy. So that's going to be my guess. The shape of the prints told me they weren't made by Western shoes, Japanese clogs, or wild beasts. They were just long ovals reminiscent of those made by Zori sandals. There weren't many of them, though. Most of the blood was absorbed by the futon. But from what I had, I could tell there was only one type of footprint. Find out anything? Nothing special? Thought so. You don't specialize in this, do you? Sadly, no. All I knew was that the culprit was a very dangerous human. As I washed my hands, Takumi-san removed the sliding door and put Kanzo-san's remains on it. He covered his destroyed face with a nearby hand towel and prepared to carry it. You take the other side. Got it. We lifted up, and yeah, this is definitely a job for two people. We went out into the mist. Are we throwing him into the Saranaga? That's what Bod-chan would want. Because he'll be corrupted if we don't? Yeah. A voice devoid of life. I couldn't call out to him, pushing him away further was dangerous. I could tell by the air about him. It's my fault. Why? Because I messed up in the feast. That was entirely possible. This proved he was aware of it himself. I would have said that, but it felt wrong. I don't know much, but I think you were trying to do your best. That's what the point if I mess up like this. Then you need to make up for it, I think. You'll have to be the one who leads Yasumizu now. I can't. Well, I couldn't either. I was just an outsider, so I had no idea how to console him. Feeling powerless, we approached the dining hall. We pass by here and go straight for the graveyard. Tei Yamakawa-san had come out, too. She was in the midst of prayer. Kaori Oribe-san was... Why do they keep doing the fucking last name? Just call her Kaori. Was standing outside the door next to her. She looked completely out of it. Rikaku Uematsu was covering Miko's eyes and looking straight at me. Haru-chan, Kanzo-san's actual granddaughter, it is granddaughter, okay, was watching her grandfather's corpse with an intense expression. It probably wasn't good to make any assumptions here, but I couldn't help it. I felt like her expression was full not of unbearable sorrow, but of anger, hatred, and disgust. I'd never seen them have a nice chat, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't see eye to eye. But still, I'd have liked it if she made a different expression, if only for this moment. I could only think that because I was an outsider who wouldn't know shit. It wasn't good to make assumptions. Shit. Why was I in this position? Just how much could I even learn in my position? But, as it turned out, I was still understanding the situation.
We can't find Yoshi-kun anywhere.
We met Kemi on the way to the graveyard. She and the two high schooler guys were still searching, but the mist made it extremely difficult. We told her we'd join once we buried Kanzo-san and picked up our pace. The graveyard wasn't for that. Yasumizu wasn't very big. It only felt like it because of the mist or the load. I completely forgotten about him. He was alright too, huh? I had no idea why, but he was looking at us, clapping and laughing. That meant that Yoshi... Yeah, let's just call him Yoshi. That Yoshi was the only one we hadn't seen yet. I was told there would be only one. The wolves were supposed to kill only one person per night. Not saying a word, I hurried to finish the job. That led us to finding him early. Yoshi was on the shortest path of the cliff, in the grass of the graveyard, though Takumi-san had only noticed him by chance. That was how deep in the grass he was, and how many pieces of him there were. It reeked of death too, but it was mixed with the smell of trampled grass and a strange beastly odor. Maybe not all the blood around here was his. Unlike Kanzo-san, he left clear proof of a tough battle and intense pain. Yoshi, you had guts. Takumi-san's voice was shaking. He picked up a soccer ball-sized object. Half-eaten and basically a shadow of what it used to be. It clenched its teeth, even in death. Can I... Takumi-san gave it, Yoshi's head, to me, and I put my finger in its mouth. I was curious about what was stuck in there. What I found was a clump of beastly fur. He literally fought tooth and nail, resisting until the very end. Resisting what? Obviously, the being that brought the corruption. It didn't take long for the news of Yoshigitsu's Oribe's death to spread across the village. I'd heard that the pain of losing one's child was beyond any description. Even so, Kaori-san broke down so badly it felt abnormal. The mild-mannered woman became a mad beast. We had to band up to keep her from running to where we found Yoshi's corpse. We'd already gathered it up and thrown it into the Saranaga after all. Takumi-san kept the tufts of the boy's bleached hair, which he gave to Kaori-san. She instantly put it into her mouth. Through her wailing and choking, she did her best to chew and swallow it. It was a wretched, gloomy, and miserable sight. Though it might have been an act born of ultimate motherly love. I assume is that a Japanese custom or something like that? I haven't heard of that one before. Whatever the case, no matter the shape, it was too late to try and bring her child back into herself, not to mention absurd and pointless. That is how it looked like in my eyes. Okay, so it's just something that she was doing. Okay, huh. Wonder if that's going to have an importance later. Let's begin the feast. We gotta do something about the one who killed the old man and Yoshi. His words got the attention of basically everyone present. But they didn't reach the sobbing mother and her older son, who was gently consoling her. Yoshi. Why did he have to go against the laws? His efforts in death had only worked to corner not just his mother, but everyone else here. But this also means that he either died to the corruption, but if he had a tuft of hair in his mouth that he bit onto a werewolf, then he was killed by one of the wolves. So did the old guy die by if the wolves can only kill one person a day, someone here died from something different. So either he was killed by the taint or whatever the fuck, the corruption. So either Yoshi was killed by the corruption and the old guy was killed by the werewolves, or he was killed by the werewolves and the old guy died by something else. Because the old guy, it couldn't have been the corruption unless he let somebody stay inside the house, which was his granddaughter. So the corruption killed him that way, maybe. Anyway, that's just me assuming that it would have been her. Anyway, the efforts in death only had worked to corner not just his mother, but everyone else here. It was useless. He'd gotten some weird fur for us. No one, not even me, had any doubts about what we were dealing with here. A situation where everyone was desperate, acted on their own accord, and didn't know how to use their lives well was basically the worst. And apparently, this line of thinking I had. Oh shit! I can't. There's no back, huh? Fuck. Log. And apparently this line of thinking I'd had would foreshadow the next turn of events. Okay.
Where did Haru-chan go?
Shit. Why did everything... Okay, we're good. Shit. Why did everyone have to be such in a hurry to do the worst things possible? Kemi, Serizawa, Kemi, Mochi, Takumi, and I went out to search for Haru. Kaori showed no signs of calming down, and Yasunaga-kun stayed with her. Kinosuke refused to come, arguing that it would be bad if there wasn't enough manpower around the dining hall, and he wasn't wrong about that. It wasn't unlikely that some fur-covered murderer, or Haru-chan's kidnapper, was still around. To prevent any surprise attacks or accidents, we split into pairs. We were given a hoe and a sickle to do self-defense.
Be careful, you two.
Shout if something happens, loud enough so we can hear you, but low enough that others can't. Alright, let's go, Mochi.
Time to do work, Hassan.
The skirt would have made the search much harder for him, so he changed into his school uniform. It wasn't cut out for the job either, but he had no other clothes, at least better than that one-piece dress. He seemed to be enjoying wearing girls' clothing, so changing into the uniform was probably his way of showing he was serious about this. He kept his easygoing tone of voice, but I felt like there was gravity in his eyes too. He might have been pretty shaken.
Haru-chan.
Haru-chan. We walked around Yasumitsu, shouting until our throats became dry. We checked every bush, all the patches of tall grass, and behind every tree. We even searched the water around the paddy fields, but didn't feel like we were any closer. You're finding her.
What do you think happened to her?
Oh, what do you think happened to her?
I don't know. Maybe she's shocked by your granddad's death.
No, before that, she'd been acting weird since this morning.
Was she?
Is she really fastidious or something?
Fast what?
A clean freak. Hates anything dirty. I think I saw hints of that ever since we first met.
Oh, I say she's just the greatest scaredy cat here.
Scaredy cat, huh?
She was always really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she was just scared of getting corrupted.
I see. Fear based on superstition. That made sense. But why had it suddenly gotten worse? What happened last night?
That's why I don't think Haru-chan could kill anyone if she was a wolf.
Is that what you think?
I don't know if she is one or not, but I really don't think she could do if she was.
Okay, this makes this once again. Me being paired up with this kid here makes me think that Mochi here has one of the powers. My assumption is he's the snake
That's why he mentioned to us that the other guy said he was the snake. And he said he feels weird about it because he's like, no, I'm the snake. It can't be the other guy. And maybe Mochi looked up Haru, so he knows that she's not a wolf, but also probably saw her, or maybe knows about that she might have done that thing I suggested, or maybe that's why the grandfather let her in. So that's my guess. My thing is Mochi might be the snake. How prudent. That's not like you.
Well, we're not talking about me here.
I don't want to try and get a read on you. I just want to hear your ideas on what's going on with Haru-chan right now. Or maybe they're both monkeys. That could also be it. They could also be both monkeys, so he knows it can't be her.
I have no idea what you're confused about. But to me, Haru-chan is as important as Yasun, if not more. I don't really care about anyone else. So we should just find her.
Good point. But no matter how hard we searched, we saw no sign of her. She could have been hiding somewhere, or maybe she collapsed. But I was beginning to entertain another idea. What if she ran away from Yasumizu? I asked, knowing everyone would deny the idea.
That'd be pretty hard to believe.
When the mist comes, Yasumizu is connected to Yomi, Ba-chan's words, so anyone trying to escape would just end up there.
Not to mention those mountains are dangerous.
All that considered, if there was something that drive her to escape from the village, what could it be? Everyone fell silent. They couldn't even imagine it. It was like their brains had stopped working. If she'd actually wandered out of danger, then we'd waste too much time searching for her in the village. I had to hurry, so I didn't hesitate to use some big assumptions that bordered on chicanery. What if she can no longer trust the village or the people here? What do you mean? She might have seen something at night or early morning, or come to some sort of realization. Like, for example, what if she found out that someone she knows well is a wolf who killed people like it was no big deal? Everyone gasped. She's young, so she's still pretty unstable. And since Yasumizu is so small, it wouldn't be strange if she felt like she'd lost her place here or someone betrayed her. The girl seemed pretty emotional, so it makes sense that she'd jump straight to running away.
You make a solid argument.
But then what do we do? Give up? That was the thought of someone from Yasumizu.
I'll go look for her. I'm not afraid of the corruption.
And that was the thought of someone from Yasumizu who had few screws loose. Anyway, I'm an outsider. Not exactly averse to leaving anyways, so I'll look for her too.
I said I'd stop you, didn't I?
Don't worry. I'll head back the moment it gets dangerous. She definitely won't head in Saranaga's direction, so focus on the path to school. Also, adults shouldn't turn their backs on children, right?
Hassan. I can't argue with that.
Of course, it's possible that she's still in Yasumizu, so you two keep on searching for her here. Leave it to me.
Run away if it gets dangerous. Hassan, what about what you just said?
What do you mean?
You know, the thing about Haru-chan losing trust in everyone as a result of something she saw?
What about it?
That didn't actually happen, did it?
Who knows? I was just raising the possibility. It's likely, though, isn't it?
So, what you think? She saw me or Yasukan walking around with a mouthful of huge fangs?
That's a possibility, too.
Not sure I buy that.
Is that just your intuition talking?
Yep, it is. Speaking of which, I also feel like this feast of the Yomi Purge is designed to keep the wolves from being outed easily. You can't see them at night because you can't walk outside. You can't stay gathered in one place and watch each other. You can't call the police, so there can't be any investigations. And since everything's covered in mist, things can happen without anyone realizing.
And that's why you can't get out of that sort of solid proof. How could the players send people to be hanged without the slightest bit of material evidence? If you ignored the Weird Guardian's powers, it would all be quibbles, argumentation, sophistry, emotional arguments, connections, popularity. Basically, the power of communication.
I don't really get why, but yeah, I think it's designed that way on purpose.
Nothing was certain. Like I said, I think the game itself is the punishment. The game itself, making the villagers have to kill people, watching their people that they're very close to die. That's if this was supernatural, that's the point of the game. It's just to make them suffer as their punishment. Maybe this is supposed to be some kind of punishment game that redeems them to now go back to the rest of society? They were put in a dangerous argument, with only weapon being their eloquence. It was a feast of doubting, hurting, and eventually killing one another. If there was such malice behind this, then Chikamochi Kamoshida had a point. Are you a detective or something?
Huh? No, that'd be Yasun. He might know more than he lets on.
I'd have to talk to him then. We arrived at the mountain pass separating Yasumichu from the rest of the world. The large stones at the sides were like torii without a top. They might have had religious significance. There's no rule against stepping beyond here, right?
Nope, only that you can't run away from the feast.
We were going out to find Haru-chan, so we were good. Ignoring the fact that Haru-chan was breaking the law, we passed between the stones. But we soon had to stop. The path was blocked by a landslide. According to Mochi, despite being pretty rocky, the ground in this area was strangely fragile, and landslides weren't that uncommon. There had been some pretty bad rain there 3 nights ago. And there, if that was related to the mist's appearance, it wasn't unlikely that we get both the mist and the landslide at the same time. Despite that, this felt just like a bit too convenient. I had to consider the possibility that the people in the settlement above blocked the road to keep the Yamabito from getting through.
Hassan.
There was something way more important. We found footprints in the still damp mud. It was proof that she'd passed through here. They disappeared into a small cliff that only reached up to my shoulder. She'd have climbed up and disappeared into the forest.
Let's hurry.
Yeah. The term virgin forest was used to describe forests that were still untouched by mankind, letting nature have complete control over it. Many of the cedars here looked imported, but that term probably didn't apply to this one. However, it wasn't intended to whatsoever, so the words natural or underdeveloped definitely worked. There were many fern saplings on the surface, a canopy of leaves above, and a thick mist all around. It certainly didn't feel like a place humans were welcome. For better or worse, the new ferns seemed slightly trampled, indicating someone had passed through recently.
Over here.
Be careful. She got lost on this road after all.
Haru-chan.
Should you be really shouting like that?
It's one of the basics of living in the mountains. The beasts run away if you scream.
So yeah, I almost forgotten about the very real threat of wild animals. I realized I lost myself in the mood and became kind of embarrassed. Haru-chan!
Say something.
Shouting over and over, we kept moving forward. She tried to follow the path, but all the cliffs and boulders in the way made her stray from it. 10 minutes later, we lost all sense of direction. Yeah, this place really was dangerous. Could we really find her? And even if we did, wouldn't it be too late? I was reminded of Yoshi Oribe and his cruel fate. We were all about to lose yet another life, as my thoughts turned that way to a real possibility. I heard some weak weeping.
Haru-chan. Mochi, stay away.
Are you alright?
Please, don't come after me.
I had a bad feeling about this. Something really bad might have happened to her.
Wait up.
Hey. Mochi went after the voice with no hesitation. His body was quickly buried underneath the plants and mist.
Give me a hand, Hassan.
His lack of hesitation felt dangerous in some way. Was I just imagining it? Anyway, I went over to him and quickly caught up.
It hurts. It hurts.
Haru Makishima was buried under all the greenery.
It's her leg. Stop. Ow.
I walked up and, man, this is pretty bad. Her leg was all covered in blood. Her shoe and foot were pierced by a sapling that was broken right at the bottom. She stepped on this? Can we break it off?
Nope. You gotta pull it out.
That'll open the wound.
There's some lawn marsh, pennywort, and chameleon plants here. Let's close it with them.
You can do that?
Nosatu is the family that made medicine.
First I heard of that, but I had no choice but to believe him. She resisted verbally, but she was too tired and weakened to do it physically. I picked her up, doing my best to ignore her wailing because of the pain, and pulled her away from the branch. Chikamochi quickly took care of the wound and used a handkerchief to stop the bleeding.
Let's go back. Can you carry her?
Of course. You sure you don't want to do it though?
Who knows? I just don't have the build for it.
I thought of saying that Haru-chan would have preferred him, but he was barely conscious. But she was barely conscious thanks to the pain. We didn't have time to waste on sentimentality. Lead the way. One lost person is enough for one day.
Going back is easy, but man, it really does look like it's getting out is impossible.
Agreed.
Laru-chan, I'm glad you're all right.
She isn't. Takumi-ni-san, call Teba. We've got a wound to patch.
Got it. A return caused quite a commotion, and by the time things had begun to calm down, it was way past noon. Haru Mikashima's escape attempt distracted everyone, but none of the problems were actually solved. Kanzo Mikashimashi was killed by the wolves, while Yoshigitsu Oribe was taken by the corruption. Okay, he was taken by the corruption, but then, so, okay, so, if that's the case, when we went out and broke the laws, we were an outsider just like the other two people who died. We saw a werewolf. That werewolf isn't the wolf. That werewolf was the corruption. And Yoshi had a mouthful of fur, and he was killed by the corruption. So, the wolves aren't actually werewolves. The corruption are the wolves. Or maybe the corruption is the third wolf. That could be it. She did say that there were 3 wolves. So maybe there's 2 wolves are in the game, and the third wolf is the corruption. But because what I was just thinking is, if the corruption is a wolf, that means the 2 people who are wolves aren't actually wolves. They're literally just humans who have the role of having to kill someone. And the corruption is just the wolf. But I guess they did say there were 3 wolves, so that's why the corruption's a wolf. And then there's 2 other people. The third wolf is just making sure they follow the rules, I guess. I wonder if you could get one of the wolves who are a player in the game, could you get them to break the rules and then they get killed by the third wolf, by the corruption? Trick one of them into breaking the rules and then go, you fucked up. Anyway, Yoshi's death was especially problematic. Each meaningless death was yet another obstacle against resolving the feast. Even if they picked and hung someone during the day, it wouldn't guarantee that there'd be one less wolf. It was way more likely that they'd get rid of an innocent. Even worse, the wolves in the group would most likely try to leverage the hangings in their favor. They'd claim to be innocent while casting doubt and blame on the other survivors. To win, the humans needed to do their best to see through such trickery and identify the wolves, possibly even making them confess. Also, one of the other issues is, so these 2 people died and we didn't have a choice in the matter. So there's not going to be a different reality where there's a choice that we could make that would change if somebody else died instead of them. The only choice I guess we could make would be something super early on where maybe we prevent some deaths from happening. Because that might be my guess. One of the events unlocked by the keys might be us going back to a very early choice and getting the 2 reporters to be part of the ritual so they won't be killed by corruption. And maybe also then deeming that they are in fact also not wolves, so they can be trusted. Maybe. That was how I saw it anyway, and I was the one with the least info here. With that in mind, all humans who died by breaking the rules were actually doing the wolves a favor. If she'd actually disappeared, I'd have said the same about Haru Mikashima, assuming she was a human anyway. Perhaps someone encouraged them to break the rules. If that was the case, the wolves are ruthless, knew the rules well, and were steadily advancing towards a complete victory, with all humans lay dead. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans.
That'd be Kanzoji-chan or Yasukan.
And just as we feared yesterday, the wolves had silenced one of the most important people in the feast. It was hard to believe they'd chosen him just because they were scum or because they didn't like him. The situation was really bad. Getting a drink? Another thing to note was that Yoshigitsu's Yoshigisu Oribe's death greatly affected Kaori-san, who was responsible for everyone's meals. That was a major problem.
Good work, everyone. Here's some.
When she tried to give the tea once we returned to the search, her face was pale and she was shaking like she was having a seizure. Despite her attempt to carry on as normal, her composure was in pieces. It was so painful I could barely watch. Takumi-san should have been supporting her, but he was just as gloomy, hanging around his head. In the end, Kemi had to lead Kaori back to her room and stay at her side. I could only hope that she was enough to calm her down. However, it was nearly time to do the inevitable. I recall you saying that we should start today's feast. Now is as good a time as any, don't you think? Kinosuke addressed the downhearted people gathered in the dining hall. Does it look to you like anyone's up for it? They say the day won't end at this rate. The wolves are clearly intent on killing us all. Can we really waste time waiting in a situation like this? I'd work in their favor. We have to pick someone to hang, no matter what. Don't you agree, Murao? All right. Yasunaga, try talking to everyone upstairs. That was where Tei-san looked after Haru-chan, and Kemi-chan looked after Kaori-san.
Oh, I'll go.
You'll have to go, Bochi.
Just let me.
Chikamochi winked at me, for some reason.
It might take a while.
Yeah, take your time. Everyone has to be there after all.
I will go prepare.
Please do.
Oh, wait.
Now is my chance. Nasunaga-kun, can we talk?
Huh? About what?
Sorry about your brother.
Thank you. That makes it a bit better for him and I.
That's a very mature way of you to talk about
it. Maybe I should have surrounded more by age then.
This boy was already pretty mature. You didn't get along with him?
That's not it. We didn't always see eye to eye, especially recently, but he is a really good guy.
I think so too. It seemed like deep down he was a tough guy routine was really just an act. Did you get along with your mother?
He did. Despite all he said, he really loved her, and she probably loved him more than me.
Oh, that's not what I was asking. Sorry. All human relationships were complicated. Prying too deeply wasn't a good idea.
Well, I'm sorry. What did you want to know?
A few things, mostly about the legend.
Dayside is a better person for that.
I need the opinion of someone more rational. First question. Why do you think the wolves killed the humans?
Because they're angry at humans for tricking and killing them.
Let me rephrase that. Why do the people given the role of the wolf suddenly become able to kill their friends and family with no remorse?
Are you suspicious of Haru-chan and I?
Oh, no, sorry, that's not it. I want you to look at this from a general perspective. Say you've been told that you're a wolf. Could you just accept it and start killing people?
No way.
Exactly. No way you could. Of course, there are those you could, but most couldn't, either out of fear or guilt. Well, didn't they say that the wolves kill somebody and replace them earlier on? So, like, these people aren't actually... But once again, maybe my idea of the three wolves is wrong, and the corruption is the wolves, and these really are people who are doing it. It'd be cool if there was actual personal reasons why people were killing people here. Like I said, if it was more grounded and wasn't supernatural, that would actually be pretty neat. Someone's using the legend to cover their tracks. Mochi is a good example. The people here are afraid of certain things, but they do have lines drawn in the sand. If the lives of those that they care about are on the line, they won't hesitate to face the corruption of the wolves.
That's only because Mochi's special. He's a genius.
Genius?
Yes, he could easily make predictions and decisions normal people can't, and he'd readily throw away anyone or anything he doesn't care about. Everyone else thinks he's weird, but I think he's a genius.
Let's see. I think I agree with you there. The only ideas I have on the wolves was something I made up like in a snap decision. I think the girl we've been interacting from the very beginning with, she's a wolf, and I think the old lady is. But that's literally me without like just no clues, just randomly picking two people. That's it. Just me randomly picking two people. But yeah, nothing yet. This is like the first night where the wolves actually killed people. I also still don't know whether the corruption is the wolves or if that's something separate.
because right now it looks like the corruption is the third wolf, but I don't know if them saying that there were 3 wolves literally means there's 3 and the third one's the corruption. And so my theories are kind of all over the fucking place at this point. But most of the theories that I have, or a lot of the information we're getting now, is probably complete bullshit. Or the easiest line of thought is probably wrong, just to keep the story more interesting. So that's what I'm thinking so far. Anyway, let's see. I think I agree with you there. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you people aren't the types to magically become murderers just because of some corruption. Of course, there'd be people who do it because the corruption would come for them if they didn't. But even if they wouldn't do it without hesitation. But the wolves we're dealing with aren't hesitating at all. Well, I don't know what you're going with this, but I think it depends on the personality of whoever the wolf is. It'd be easy for people who'd never had any aversion to killing. But there are 2 wolves, right? Yeah, it seems that way. I see. Let me ask you this then. Does Yoshimitsu have more than one person capable of murder? One psycho in a group of people I could see, but 2 seems pretty unlikely. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn even an ordinary person to a ruthless killer. I mean, like, it could even literally be, like I said, the girl who we've been interacting with this entire time could be one of the wolves, and she was just hanging out by the river hoping to find someone else to pull into the game so that we could help figure her out. Because it's probably against the rules to admit you're a wolf without being tricked into it. You can't, though, like, if what he's saying here about the wolves knowing they have to kill people and feeling bad for it, then if they really did feel bad for it, they might just say, oh, I'm a wolf, but that might ruin the game. Maybe there's some other rule besides that, and you have to accidentally trick them into doing it. So, once again, that would cut off the ability of somebody willing to do it. Unless they think unless it's somebody who just doesn't want to die so much that they just keep doing it. I think we got to figure out, like, once again, the real reason for this, if they were going on the God theory, would be that the God is trying to punish them by making them do this game. And the punishment would be them fearing, mistrusting, and having to kill the people that they're very close to. The wolves have to kill people they're very close to, and every day at the feast, they have to throw up somebody to sacrifice. So that's my guess, is if this is supernatural and this isn't something mundane, then the whole point is that everybody here is meant to suffer. Whether you're a wolf who has to kill people you know, or people who have to vote to have people die. Something like that. And since they're all outcasts, if it was a God thing, it's probably some way of, like, purifying themselves. And maybe that they can go back to the rest of civilization or something. Who the fuck knows? Anyway. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn even an ordinary person into a ruthless killer. Right now, I'm leaning towards supernatural. But, like I said earlier, it's less fun if the answer is supernatural and not mundane. Because the supernatural answer would be, why is everybody following the rules of the game? Because it's a game, you have to follow the rules, otherwise there's no point in the game. The mundane answer would be, people are either in on this, knowing that there's certain people who need to be punished, or they're just following it just because they think they have to follow it. And that's allowing somebody to abuse the rules. Because if somebody is doing these killings for a reason and doesn't have to obey the rules, then that would be the easiest way out. If somebody can just not give a fuck and just fake the entire thing. The only problem with that would be is, how would the people with roles in the game, besides the wolves, know they actually have powers? How would you know? How would the crow know the person that they hung is a wolf or not? Or someone who was killed by how would he know who they hung is a wolf or not if they didn't actually have powers? If no one has any powers at all, there are no monkeys, there are no snakes, there are no crows, and it's complete and utter bullshit, then it kind of breaks down your ability to figure out, unless you're trying to figure out, like, what the game inside the game truly is, and it could just all be complete ass bullshit. The only thing that would be wrong is if somebody thought they were the spider and wrote somebody's name down and that person died, but then if all the rules were bullshit, then nobody would actually know they're a spider. Everyone could just be lying and saying I'm a thing. So once again, the assumption is it's either all complete bullshit where none of these rules matter and somebody's just using this to advantage to just kill people here for some other reason, or something is keeping everybody playing by the rules, and that would be supernatural. However, that would be really cool if none of the rules are really real and it's all somebody physically doing this. But then once again, where are my powers coming from? How do I know something's happening? Like, how do I know that I shouldn't have left the thing that one time, then I'm back? That's got to be supernatural of some kind. Am I the only real version of the supernatural that exists? Who the fuck knows? Anyway. If that isn't true, the lack of infighting doesn't make sense under the current circumstances. When you put it like that, this is just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Huh? Basically, you need to make them think they're doing the right thing. That the wolves are doing the right thing? I see. That's an interesting way to look at it. It's how countries convince their people to go to war. Yes, that's what the lesson was about, but I think that your perspective is a bit flawed. What do you mean? For example, most of the girls in the settlement are timid and prefer to leave the big decisions to the men. Even Haru-chan is like that. So if the wolves are a man and a woman, it's essentially possible that the man's taking the lead and doing the killing while the woman's just following doing. Also, for all we know, the wolves could be arguing all the time, and then they just didn't happen to hesitate in killing this one time. Yeah, good point. But I do think that there's some secret to why the feast lasted this long. Traditions like these usually die out. Oh, that was also another thought that I had. That if everybody in this town had never experienced this tradition before, is everybody here brand new and never done this before? Or is there somebody here who was in another purge at one point and either survived or was a wolf the entire time? Because this could literally just be the town being purged just so everybody would be dead. And maybe if you survive this game, then you won't be exorcised from the rest of civilization. You can go to the other town again and live there normally. And maybe they just want to put new people here, or maybe they're just like fucking or maybe this is just the other town above them being like, yeah, we want them all dead so we can use this land. We want to develop it. Anyway. But yeah, that would be fun. Like the old man who cried wolf was a wolf in an old game, and that's why he's still here. Or maybe he was a survivor. It was him and a wolf, so he chose to hung the other person, and that turned out to be a wolf, so he's the only one left. So that's why he's hanging around the town. And since he's, in quotes, crazy, that's why it's hard to get information from him. He can't just say, oh, I remembered this. I used to be around here before when this happened one time before. Instead, he just goes, and cackles at you. Anyway. It makes me think that there must be a way to ensure the killings continue. Your idea is certainly interesting. I don't think you should call it interesting. Not in a situation like this. Oh, sorry about that. That was insincere of me. Let me ask you one more thing then. Go ahead. I was working under the assumption that nothing particularly strange is happening here. But what about you? Do you think there's something mysterious going on? I don't want to believe it, but I think there is. Why is that? Did you see a god or monsters or something? No, it's hard to put in the words, but the fact that the mist appeared when we had a whole 4 outsiders here made it feel like there was a higher power at work. No matter how I look at it, I don't think mist like this could have been produced by human hands. Not to mention, it's strange how the wolves could enter sheltered houses or kill the people here. Oh, that's also another one last stray thought before I go back to actually reading, because I want to finish this night before I end the stream. The fact that we have keys that can unlock things, and we can go back to choices. That could actually just not be what's happening to our character. He could literally have fallen asleep for a brief second in the outhouse and thought he saw a werewolf and died. Meanwhile, he could just have dozed off in the outhouse, woke back up, and then did what he was told. And even if we go, like, at the very beginning of this, there was him not thinking about why he left civilization. That could literally just because the story didn't want us to know it. So there could just be one where we go back to that point and use the key where our main character finally mentions why he left. And then that's just more story we get to know about him for something. Or it could be him being like, oh, why did I leave? Oh, because I'm actually some kind of supernatural being here to help the town. So that could be another thing as well. It could be a mundane thing that's just there to tell us more story, or maybe to tell more about the main character, and that he doesn't actually have any supernatural powers. He could just be imagining he saw a wolf, and all these times that we get to choose different paths could literally just be, just keeping the story going, and it has nothing to do with in reality. Because I chose the one thing where we wandered into the mist to die, because they said we would die there, so I figured, all right, let's try leaving the town and see what happens. And the game just said, you walked in the mist for a long time, and then, oh well, the end. It didn't say you died, it didn't say how, it just said, game over. So it's not like, and your character never mentions how he knows. Like, he never says, oh, damn, I tried leaving, and I got lost in the mist, and now I'm back here again. He's not remembering getting lost in the mist. He's acting like that never happened. So maybe what we're doing here with the going back in time and choosing different choices isn't something our character is actually doing. It's just something it's making us think he can do because it's letting us do it in game. So more fucking expanding on it, making it fucking even wilder. Anyway. That's the last aside. The last aside.
There's also the fact that if one of us killed someone, you'd see a change in their behavior, or some evidence would be left behind. We can't explain those things, so yes, I do think there's something mysterious going on.
Oh, I see. Alright. Sorry for asking such a weird question. By the way, who do you think the wolves are?
Araki Furusashi-san.
He cut me off with a stern voice.
Sorry, but that is something we talk about in the forest. You don't have the right to ask that.
Oh, my bad.
Listen, we'll have to hold a feast to decide which one of us we should sacrifice today. It's important to propose who we think is suspicious, but it's also very dangerous. Something we set outside of the forest could be used against us and became a fatal mistake. The fact that you asked me that makes me feel like someone's maliciously using you against me. Please stop it.
Good point. I'm sorry, really.
Oh, but now I won't blindly believe that you're on ill omen, but I won't stop suspecting that you're involved somehow. If I ever find out you had something to do with this, with Yoshi's death,
You'll what?
He glared at me. I'll have to avenge my little brother.
I see. Of course you would. I'll just head to the cage and do my best to do as unsuspicious as possible.
Oh, you shouldn't do that.
Why?
Today's feast might drag on until evening. It might be too late by then. You should go to your room at the door and ask someone outside the block door to handle with a stick.
I see. Good idea. This boy's really smart. Takumi Muroshi was a site foreman type. He was the manager type, and I could see the talent for using people. Can I ask something too?
Can I ask something too?
Of course.
Do you like Chine?
Whoa. From a political standpoint, I should say no. But yeah, she's likable.
I see.
Well, she's pretty variable, so she'll probably date me if I or anyone else asked.
Oh, are you being considerate of me? I had a feeling that Mochi told you something weird.
Huh?
It's not like that. What if I fell for her as a thing of the past? She was the only older girl around these parts, so I was attracted to her, that's all. This place was a gloomy and serious, and she was the only free-spirited person here. She's as amazing as Mochi.
You're saying she was a rascal?
Yes, so much so that she almost killed someone.
Hold on.
Well, that was an accident, though. It's strange to think she's available. Cheyenne is actually pretty shy. Is she now? Or maybe she just changed a lot during her 3 years of college. So yeah, I've already gotten over her.
Now I feel like you're the one being weirdly considerate. That's not healthy, you know?
It's all good if you like her.
This is hardly the type of place for that.
Good point. That was it, huh? Eventually, everyone gathered and went to the hall. Just as I was told, I asked them to lock me in my room. After getting everyone, including Takumi-san and Tei-san, to understand, Yasunaga-kun, Kemi, and I went to the dorm.
G80, you think he could jump from the window to the branches?
No way. Even if he made it down, he couldn't get back.
The two verified how secure a place like this was to lock me in. If they were the wolves, it would be impossible that I with them. Humans stood no chance.
Anyway, we're locking you in. We'll come open it if we have the time, but you might end up staying in there till morning.
Alright, fine by me. Just give me a cup of ramen and some water and I'll be fine. It's gonna be hard, but I hope you'll do well.
Thanks. Sorry you caught up in the problems of such a crappy village.
I'm more worried about you.
Wow. Isn't that nice? I'll do my best.
All done? We're locking you in then.
Yeah, you be careful too, Yasunaga-kun. You're your mother's only child.
Yes, that's true.
And so, the door was closed. I could hear them set up the stick. So far, the only ones I talked to face to face were Kemi, Takumi, Mochi, and Yasunaga-kun. Just 4. The ones I hadn't talked to were Tei Yamikawa, Rikaku Yamatsu, Miko, Kaori, Oribe, Haru Makishima, Kiyonosuke Nasato, the old wolf guy. A whole 7. I had no idea if there was significance in that, but I wanted to know what kind of people they all were. 4 people had already died, and if you ignored me, there were 11 left. Once the snake revealed what Kiyonosuke she was, he and the snake, Takumi-san, were the only ones with confirmed roles. The other 9 would be suspects. When one was hanged, there'd be 8, and when one died in the night, there'd be 7, which was still quite a lot. They had to hurry before it was too late. The humans had to act now.
Hello.
Whoa, what? A supposedly fixed door slightly opened up. It was Kemi.
I forgot, but I might not get to give you your dinner, so have this.
Hey, see, yeah, I mentioned that. See? She's smarter than you, dumbass. She threw a yellow food box, the kind you would find in any convenience store. Thanks. Seriously.
Don't mind me. Don't mind it.
Oh, by the way.
Oh? What?
Tell the monkeys to reveal themselves.
Why?
Think about it. You'll understand, and you know you have to do something before it's too late.
JD, what are you doing?
There's no time. Go.
Yeah, okay.
She closed the door and put the stick back. All right, what next?
Okay, so the last time they did this feast, I as the player got to see it, but the main character didn't, and just had it described to him. I wonder if this story would be a bit more interesting if we didn't see the feast and we just had other people's accounts, and then we had to take like multiple people's accounts of what happened and like piece it together that way. That would make the story way more complicated to do. So just kind of showing us what happened hopefully isn't an unreliable narrator. Hopefully it's literally actually showing us true things and not just showing us, because that also could be it. It could be showing us what is being described to our main character, but not actually what's going on during it. Maybe, but we'll see. Right now, I'm just going to assume it is a reliable narrator, everything we see here.
Robert-chan, is your wound alright?
It's fine.
I know it's not a good time to ask, but what happened?
It was pretty bad, I'll tell you that much. Whatever, let's just start. Everyone had a drink. Let's begin the feast of the Yomi Purge.
Let's get to it. Takumi-D, did the snake's power work last night?
Yeah, it did.
Well, tell us.
Kyo is a human.
Of course, I'm the wolf. That means Muro and I are no longer suspects, right? Get down. Let's look at what we have decided today. If we continue based on the late Kanzo Mikashima's decisions.
Hold on. Why are you taking the lead?
I don't mind if the eldest Yamakawa-san wants to take over.
I'm no good at that.
In that case, it's only natural that myself and Muro, adults confirmed to be human, should be the ones to lead.
Takumi, he's annoying. You lead.
No. Kyo, keep going.
He's still shocked from the elder's death. No need to force him. But I will do everything I can in his place. Muro, you console Madame's Oribe.
My boy,
I wouldn't be surprised if Kaori-san was the one that they hanged, just because she doesn't want to live with her son dead. I wouldn't be surprised if she sacrificed herself for it. But if she did sacrifice herself, then that would be the wrong choice, so who the fuck knows?
Kaori-san.
Here's my proposal. Let's do whatever we can to choose and hang someone today.
hold on. That's too reckless.
But it's necessary. If we don't, the wolves will eventually kill the last human. Exactly. We'll have to harden our hearts if we want to survive the feast. Am I wrong, Yamakawa-san?
You're right. The Omibito must be hung. 1 soul per day, now to ban!
What if we make a mistake? Even if we keep it a secret, we have to live with the guilt of having someone killed.
It's true, that would be unpleasant. But such deaths wouldn't be in vain.
What the hell? If we kill the wrong person, their death would be pointless. That's obvious.
Watch your words when talking to your superiors. Listen for now. We only have 2 surefire ways to get rid of suspects. Surely you understand, Yasunaga-kun.
Yes, the snake's power.
Or killing someone and lowering the total number, huh? I know that. But do you really think we can all agree on someone?
We can't do that. Do you think the one who gets killed cares which side wins?
That's why we need to reach a consensus here. We need to argue that if the others survive, I don't mind dying.
Huh?
Is that seriously all we have?
Yes, that's all we have. The laws of the mountain remain merciless.
What the hell? I'm not just getting hanged for someone else's sake.
Oh, that would make you a wolf, wouldn't it?
What? Why?
You have no intention to put your life on the line for Yasumitsu, and that makes you Yasumitsu's enemy. Is that what you're saying?
Am I wrong? People of Yasumizu, this is the test of your unity.
You sure seem to be enjoying yourself.
I'm only giving advice to someone from Kamafujiyoshi, as one whose suspicions were lifted. Be silent.
Kinosuke, Nasoda-san, you were quiet about this until the snake looked into you, right?
What are you getting at?
You already knew we had to be unified and accept death if it was necessary, didn't you? But you also knew that saying that wouldn't make the snake's power way more popular, so you stayed quiet.
That's just an assumption.
She's right, though. Our Kami Fujiyoshi guy who's no longer a suspect is telling us to die and be okay with it? As if we could just accept that. Tamakuni, you say something too.
But he's right.
Tamakuni! I agree with him as well. Suspect me, hang me, whatever your decision, I will accept it.
That's exactly what a wolf would say.
Rikako-san.
As I said before, in this situation, Kama Fujiyoshi and Yasumizu are irrelevant. Not to mention, I know it might be impudent of me, but I believe myself to be part of Yasumizu. Oh, look at that, a respectable attitude. Something a certain someone here doesn't have. However, I do think that expecting that of this girl would be a bit much. You're all scary.
But we have no choice. There can be no exceptions.
Then if you decide to hang her, I shall go with her.
What? We mustn't. We only need the blood of 1 per day.
I just have to die of my own volition. The corruption comes only for the sinner. If I am already dead, then it no longer matters.
But
You're being a pain, Kyo. If you're gonna lead, do it right. In Yuimatsu.
Yes?
Think about what you're saying. Sorry, but you're the head of Kamafujiyoshi, one of our oppressors.
Takumi, don't be rude to Uematsu-san.
See? You people are the reason why Bad-chan got so scared. Don't act like you're one of us.
My sincerest apologies.
And why are you in Yasumitsu anyway? Honestly, I'm inclined to just start leveling accusations at this point.
Takumi, are you saying this is all Kama Fujiyoshi's doing?
Who knows? Maybe not all of it. But their efforts to keep us here show that something is up, don't they? In the very least, I can't believe some guy who thinks the feast is on old wives' tale and that the wolves are really on the human side. They knew the people of the Yasumitsu would die if the mist came. They deprive us not only of our prosperity, but even our lives. Slander. I wouldn't say the Kamafuji Yoshi is a group of saints, but they are resourceful and dignified people. Not to mention sensible. If the age where sincere region supreme, where science reigns supreme, of course they don't believe in some old superstition.
Isn't that the reason why?
What do you mean?
They didn't tell you all the secrets Fujiyoshi-san had to offer? That's because your only value to your family is your belief that the family heads are upstanding people that you don't shut up about.
Huh?
Isn't that why they forced you to stay in the Natsuo mansion when you returned? Despite all the dangers here in Natsumizu?
Now you're crossing the line. Are you saying my family abandoned me?
Hey, that seems plausible. You're just like Yasun and I.
Their hands are cruel. Those who lose a struggle for power. Those demand incapable, or simply those who dislike the ones in charge can simply be sent here. Our situation is one thing. But Mom, she came here all the way from Tokyo. From Tohoku? God, that's fucking my mouth to say.
I married into the Higuchi family, but got thrown out the moment Dad died. I didn't care about that.
Bob, sorry, I didn't mean to.
I was fine as long as I had Yoshigitsu and you, Yasunaga.
Anyway, there's no doubt that they twisted our fates. I agree with Takumini on that. Too bad you're stuck out here too. Now that blaming Yasumizu's people. What's gotten into you?
We're all gonna die anyway. Oji-chan was acting all tough, but even he died so easily. We can't take this. Why didn't you just leave me there?
You weren't like this back then. What's wrong?
I've just had enough.
How sad. What's wrong? When wolves come, everyone becomes demons. They do. That's why we need to hang Naomi Bito.
Oh, what a mess. Whatever, at least we know that Kamafuji Yoshi's people won't come to save us.
The road was blocked.
That's one reason anyway. I do think we should trust Kyo now. My reason's the same as Kemi's.
Oh dear, how sad.
Think what you want. Anyway, when we have to hang someone, Yumatsu is the easiest target. Keep acting like that and you'll be dead in no time.
Then what should I?
Just be honest and tell us what you know. Keeping quiet is the worst, and letting others take care of it won't do either, right, Kyo?
Why not? Just take control of the feast, Mara.
Now just try acting like the old man. That ain't me. I'll leave the rest up to you.
I don't have much left to say. Let's just have a vote and hang whoever ends up being picked.
I'm telling you, that's too reckless.
Of course, you are free to argue your case, especially if you can prove you're more valuable alive. However, I don't want to hear any "I'm human" or "I don't want to die" non-arguments. Everyone would say that. The chosen one gives up and gives his life, meaning leaving the fate of the Yasumizu to the rest of us. We'll hang at the hanging pine. And that should do the job. How do we vote? We'll start with the elders. You can have a brief interviews too. When the voter decides, I'll record it in my notepad.
Huh? It's not anonymous? No way. We'll basically be telling people to die straight to their faces.
I've had enough of Serizawa's nitpicking. Yeah, you also don't want to do it without it being in public, because you can't trust whoever's taking the notes to not fudge the vote. They could completely sway it and have someone they want die, that everyone will just think that they was proper. Especially if the big dude isn't the actual snake and someone else is, and he's just saying that the other guy is. That would completely fuck a lot of shit up. And he actually is a wolf, and you give him the power to just write down anyone he wants names to get hanged and just avoid the real wolf. So, yeah, you need to do this in public. You need to do it in public. You want, even if you have people know, like, just hear the reasoning, have it written down. Everybody knows who voted for who. There can be no fudging. What's your name?
That's the old guy.
The old man who cried wolf.
He's been old when I was still young.
Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?
Ah!
Which one of us do you think is a wolf?
Ah!
Me? Why?
Wolf scary! Scary!
One vote for Kemi Serizawa.
Hold on, are we seriously deciding to kill like this?
We have no choice. He's a participant too. We can't deny his right to vote, can we? Oh, that also as well, yeah. Knowing who voted for who. Because if somebody starts making weird decisions or they start getting too eager and they start just voting for someone for not a real reason, but just to keep dogging on the pile, then you're like, wait a minute, is that a wolf purposely voting for someone who's not a wolf just to get them killed? Because if somebody starts fighting for someone else to not be killed, that could also be signed up with them or a wolf or yada yada yada. Anyway.
Takumi-chan, say something.
Yosunaga, what do you think?
I'll wait and see.
Same here.
Wait, are you really?
So now it's me. I think I should vote for Chi-chan too.
Why, Teba-chan?
I'm sorry, I just don't know. But it's strange how you're so mad about everything here.
If the others survive, I don't mind dying.
Oh, I hear that, but I won't agree. Yosemizu's people are important to me, but so is my life. Not to mention I know I'm not a wolf, so I'm not just gonna roll over and die. Sure, I'll follow the rules. If I keep this up, I'll just get killed. Not to mention, I don't have any better options. Here, Teba-chan, I've come down. Can you change your vote?
Should I?
You know what? Fine. It was my own fault for acting weird.
Well, you've done. Well, it's your turn.
I'm voting for Miko.
Takumi-chan, you...
Do I even need to give a reason? I know she's a kid, but we basically know nothing about her. It's just way too weird. I don't know the true legends are. I don't know how true the legends are, but if something fishy comes from Saranaga, it's only fair to think she's fishy too.
Takumi-D, if that's how it worked, what would the point of this bothersome feast?
I don't think we should decide based on that either.
Even if she didn't come from the Saranaga, we still don't know who or what she is. Think about it this way. What if this little girl really is a wolf? If all we just ignored her, just because she's a kid and she'd kill us all, do you get that?
Looks like you're thinking too, Morel. Next, Madame Oribe.
Haru Nakashima.
Mom?
Why me? Why not? Tell me then. Why did you try to run away today? You were feeling guilty over killing your grandfather in Yoshigitsu, weren't you? No, that's not it. Then why? Because I was scared. I don't want to stay here. Lies.
Kyori-san, stop. His death hurt all of us, even me and Haru. All of us hurt.
Arabi-san, what will you do with your vote? Haru Makashima, it is. I'm next, and I'm voting for the nameless old man. Huh?
Huh?
But why?
That last exchange when we realized he's not rational. We don't need someone like that around.
That's so unfair.
He's regularly said that the wolves were coming, even before this all happened. It's more than enough to find him suspicious. Still unfair? I think it's either completely insane or secretly knows something. Have you ever considered that there were feasts before this one? Hey, he's bringing up the thing that I suggested. That there were feasts before this one? He should have been around for at least one.
But I haven't.
Hey, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. My earlier rants, I'm feeling, let's go.
I haven't. I'm over 70.
But he could have known. He's older than you after all. He could know something, but might be unable to say it because of senility, or might be hiding it out of malice. With this vote, I might be able to get info out of him. And if not, he's worthless.
Worthless. Is it truly right to hang people based on whether they have worth at that particular moment?
You say that, but if we continue, we will make more progress tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Today, Moro will use his power to investigate someone. We'll know the truth about another person. The spider will once again protect Moro. By repeating this, it'll only take 3 times to know who's a wolf and who's not, even if we guess wrong.
Really? In one day we'll hang someone will get killed by the wolves, and the snake will reveal another person. We'll find out about 3 people in one day, and since all the 11 besides Takamichi-chan and Nasato-chan are unknown, it'll take 3 or 4 times,
Only if the wolves don't kill the person that he's investigating. Or if the wolves start killing people you know aren't wolves. Is that a good one? No. If they start killing the person he's investigating, then that cuts out your numbers. Because, instead of losing 2 options, you now only lose 1. Anyway.
it'll take 3 or 4 times?
Exactly. We'll only have to hang 3 people at most. With that in mind, if you don't want to hang those close to you, you should start with those who aren't. It's for the good of Yasumizu.
Now listen here.
I'm arguing to maximize the happiness of the majority, Moro.
Natsuo-san, are you serious? What? JD's bath only works out if the wolves only kill people to snake. Hey! You know what? I'm vibing. The vibes locked in. Locked the fuck in. I'm locked the fuck in. The snake has it checked. What if they only went after those whose identities were already confirmed? For example, what if they went for you tonight? I don't think I can agree with voting based on such flawed conclusion. Don't you think you're being too easy on the idea of killing around? Well, you haven't said anything about my own. I'd never say that,
Good.
Oh, man. Well, there was some mistakes there, but we're already voting. I'm leaving your decisions to you. Next up is Rikako Yumatsu-san, right? Going by the seating order, up next. How troubling. I don't have enough info to go on.
Why are you so calm?
I'll make a mistake otherwise. That's why you and Bob should stay calm down, please. Aye.
Hold on, Yasukun. Sorry to cut you off, but I just had an idea.
What?
Can the monkeys review themselves?
Why would they? Yasunaga-kun and Makishima-san said to be best if they don't present themselves. Yeah, but that would also knock out 2 people who aren't wolves instantly.
Well, I was thinking the same thing at first, but what's the point of the monkeys then? They just know who the other monkey is, right? It's not like they get any new info later.
And that's true. The only use I can think of them is they're catching fake snakes.
But they can confirm who the other monkey is. So they can be confirmed as non-wolves just as easily as those investigated by the snake, right?
What if they lie? Both of them would have to lie. If 3 people came out and said we're monkeys, then one of them is lying. What if they lie?
Lying would be too risky. For example, I'm not a monkey, but if I went, "Hello, I'm a monkey,"
What would you do?
what would you do?
I'd say, tell me who the other one is.
Exactly. But I couldn't say it because I'd be lying. Now, for example, if I said, "All right, it's Mochi," then, how did you know? Don't joke around. Well, I can prove it, can't I?
I see. But what if he played along? Because he thought being a monkey would make him safe.
The real monkeys would call him out, and then we'd hang all 4 one after another to be sure. The rule of thumb is that only wolves would try to lie to survive. So that's the right thing to do, isn't it, Natsuo-san?
And that's true. Once you clarify that, this would happen. You shouldn't let anyone pretend to be a monkey.
I see. It's too dangerous for both humans and wolves. It's just not worth it.
Does everyone understand? Looks like it. Then please name yourselves. We'll lose 2 suspects. Right here. What is it, Mochi? I'm saying I'm a monkey. You're not just dragging out the joke?
Yep. Okay. So that is one thing that I guessed earlier. I guess he might have been the snake. And then my other guess was he's probably a monkey. And that's why he knows Haru-chan is probably the other monkey, is my guess, which is why he told us it probably isn't Haru. That's going to be my guess.
Yep. Yes, I'm a monkey.
So, like we agreed, who's the other monkey?
Miko-chan.
Huh? Oh, huh. Ooh, that fucks everything up. If she's a young child, maybe she could be lying about being the monkey and the other monkey is not saying it to keep... Okay. Yeah, this is the worst possible people to say they're the monkey. Because Mochi could be saying that she's a monkey because the young kid doesn't know any better. And the white-haired lady could be the other monkey who is not telling them that they're lying because she wants to keep the little girl safe. Oh, that fucks up a lot of things. That's the only way in this, besides saying the old man. The old man could also be a monkey and just not be chiming in because he just doesn't fucking understand anything. Although I'm pretty sure he knows more than he's letting on. But true, another monkey, one of the other monkeys could be dead as well. So anyone could say the other one's a monkey, and only the person knowing that, well, one's dead. In fact, both of them could literally have been died first. So everyone here could just be lying their asses off about being monkeys. That's another one too.
Miko-chan, is that true?
What? When you woke up, was there something on your stomach? There was, a monkey.
She knows the symbols?
Yes, I taught them to her alongside prayer to Shinai. We have any other monkeys? Doesn't look like it. That confirms it.
I see. So they really are Buckies.
Crap. So I wasted my vote?
I think you should be given a do-over. You won't bend the rules?
It's best to make it impossible to attract votes. We'd have too many people trying to change their vote at the last minute.
Good point. Fine.
Sorry about interrupting. Back to Yatsukan.
I'll vote for the old Wolfman. My reason is that I think staying silent and doing nothing indirectly helps the wolves.
I'm next. 1,000,000 votes to Teba.
What?
1 vote each.
Then 1 vote for Teba. I found it weird how she just voted for Chini out of nowhere.
What? What are you saying, boy? That's why your youngins are such good for nothings.
I'm next. Alright. 1 vote for the old guy.
So, even you went for him.
Shut up. My reasons is that don't have to be any better ideas right now. That's it. Haru-chan's turn.
I vote for you, Matsu-san. You had to have been the one who brought the corruption.
No. I am only here to fulfill my role.
Then just do it and take in the corruption. You're not doing that because you're a wolf, aren't you?
Watch your tongue.
I cannot disagree. I'm powerless.
Her role might be that she's the crow. And that she's the one who has to confirm whether the person is real or not. You don't have to humble yourself before these people. It's your turn. The person who voted for you must be suspicious.
Listen to this guy. I will vote for Yasunaga Oribe-san.
You.
I do not find him suspicious, but I just had that thought. There would be no worst possible occurrence than were he to be a wolf.
I did say a lot. I can't blame you for thinking I'm just tricking people. But I don't think I said anything wrong, at least. I don't intend to. I don't mind if you vote for me. I believe that votes to express your outlook are important as well.
The old wolf man is at the top with 3 votes. You, that child. You're the last one.
Miko, do you understand?
I need to choose the wolf.
Yes.
Her.
Me? Wait, seriously?
You're scary.
I'm scared of you too. We need a final vote. The 9 people besides Kemi Sarazawa and the old wolf man will vote for one of those 2.
The wolf is coming.
Yeah, okay, so we have a tie, right? We have a tie between the wolf man and I keep forgetting her fucking name. Kemi. So the Wolfman and Kemi is a tie. There's one person who voted for someone who might have been a monkey. So maybe they'll give him the final deciding vote. Or maybe they'll do something else. Because they can't hang 2. And I'm kind of sad because I wanted the Wolfman to survive. Because I think he has other things that might be needed. But also hanging our main girl here would also kind of cut her off because she feels like a main character. However, this did say she might be a wolf, so if they hang her first and she's a wolf, that would be hilarious. Oh, he did say they'd vote again. Okay, never mind. Results are in. Your Wolfman, 7 votes. Kemi Sarazawa, 2 votes.
Everyone here besides Teba and Miko-chan voted for the wolf guy.
Shut up. Are you ready, sir?
We all decided this. Every one of us is equally guilty. But get ready, old man. Do you understand?
I need time.
Huh?
Need to clean up.
You want to take care of your belongings? I believe we can allow that much.
What if he's planning to escape?
Haru-chan.
I'll keep an eye on him.
You do that.
And as soon as he returns, we'll take him to Saranaga. Rikaku-san, there's the rope.
Right here.
It was already evening. As I whiled away the time with some fruitless contemplation, I heard noises outside that brought me back to reality. People were shouting loudly.
What's wrong?
I opened the window and shouted. I was facing the cliff, so I couldn't shout to settlement directly. They probably didn't hear me, since I didn't get a response.
What happened?
So I shouted even louder.
Fuishashi, stay right where the fuck you are! Huh? Was I about to get punched? What happened? I could only repeat myself. It's dangerous right now. Was? What do you mean? I didn't get a reply this time. I only heard several voices clamoring. Then I heard someone hurry up to the dorm stairs. Who's there? I had no response again. What was happening here? Someone was definitely close. It just made me more tense.
Oh, Haruki-san.
Wow, Kemi, yet again? What a twist.
What a twist.
What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, but you should stay here right now. This might actually be really bad.
Her voice was cut off by a scream, though it was more like an intense cursing. It was Takumi-san's voice, no doubt about it. Cammy left without saying another word. Huh? Hold on, open up. I fought the door, but it showed no signs of opening. I can help, damn it. Shit. Like hell was I going to stay out of the loop any longer. Turning around, I went to the open window and decided to try jumping out. Though it was on the second floor, I thought it was high of a drop. It'd make my legs a little numb, but so what? I jumped up without any hesitation. I properly bent my knees so I didn't hurt myself at all. Then I ran to the settlement where I heard the voices from. I quickly understood the cause of Takumi-san's shouting. There were cries of despair. Did the old man set fires? The reason was somewhere downhill along the way to the graveyard. There was a small grove of low trees with a carpet of leaf mowing below it. It would have been hard to see even if there was no mist. You could hear running water nearby. I couldn't see where it came from, but it was probably an irrigation channel to the paddy fields. There was a small crowd gathered. I peeked through space between them. There were bodies. 2 of them. One was an old man, and the other that of a child. Though their appearances were vastly different, each was in a similar state. They lay on the ground with their hands over their stomachs, utterly still and covered in blood. These were the corpses of the old man who cried wolf, and Mochi. And Chagamochi. Okay, so either murder-suicide or someone killed them. Dun dun dun. Why? What happened?
Fushashi, weren't you in the dorm?
I was until now.
Bullshit, you're the one who did this, aren't you?
Huh? No, I'm not. I just came over the dorm. I even talked to Kemi-chan.
Yeah, it's not Haruki-san. Sakumini-chan.
Then who did this?
Forget that. We need to treat...
There's no point, don't touch them.
We might still make it.
They've lost all their blood, their stomachs are open and their guts are all over. What kind of treatment can bring them back, huh? You know one? Go on then, say it!
There was nothing I could say in response. There were 5 of us at the scene. Kemi Serizawa, Takumi Muro, me, as well as Yasunaga Oribe, who was vomiting on a nearby bush, and Rikako Yumatsu, who was watching the remains from a distance. Most were proactive, and I could see why they were here, but Rikako Yumatsu felt a bit out of place. Alright, so the way they're just killing tons of people off must mean that there's an earlier branch decision that I can make that drastically changes the outcome. My guess is that I am going to eventually use my past knowledge to save the 2 reporters and pull them into the game, thus making everything that's happening now complete bullshit. However, that might mean that me continuing to go down this line will let me get more information to then start a different... My assumption is that there's going to be a branching path that's like a huge branch, and that this is like its own full reality, separate, and not like slow... I'm assuming this isn't going to be the main story. Like, this isn't the main storyline that all the other choices branch off. This is just like one, like, completely off the rails happening, and that there's a choice I get to make early on that makes completely different branches. Correct, yeah. Like, one decision where like I said, you save the 2 reporters and they don't die to the corruption, and then because you know the one guy went out and got killed by the corruption, you go and talk to him, the Yoshi kid, and convince him to continue playing by the rules and not be killed by the corruption. Something like that. So, like, they're like completely different storylines where maybe even some things like this don't happen. Like, people's votes could completely change and not nominate the wolf guy. Most were proactive, and I could see... Also, like I said, even Yoshi surviving would cause things to change, because now you wouldn't have to redo a tied vote. You would have somebody else vote who might already swap things up. So, anyway. Most were proactive, and I could see why they were here. but Rikako Uematsu felt built out of place. But then, I remembered that they were already pretty short-handed.
What happened? Who did this, damn it?
Look here.
She pointed to the old guy's clothes. There were gatherings of fur all over his garment. A werewolf. If that was the... Oh, shit. If that was the culprit, then this would be the work of the corruption. Was that what she was saying? No. This was completely different from how the others had died. The fur proved little. Let me see the wound.
I told you not to touch it.
But this is completely different.
Quit acting like you know shit. You never find out anything.
But if we stop trying to look, we won't understand anything at all.
Quit the act, outsider.
Takumini-chan, calm down.
Shut up. Everything went to hell when he got here. If he didn't come, none of this.
I felt as if he was about to grab me. I could clearly see the intense emotion whirling in his eyes. I thought I could get him to trust me, but now it was back to square one.
Mochi, why? Why?
Yoshinaga Ribe calmed down a bit and faced the remains of his dear friend. His voice was shaking. The expression on the corpse was eerily pale and emotionless. Even a look of agony was absent. It almost looked like he was smiling. Did his face muscles simply go limp? This isn't the corruption.
How do you know?
I'll prove it if you let me pass. He glared at me with immense hatred before letting me through. Look away if you can't stomach this kind of thing. I walked up to the old guy's corpse. He looked as distant as always, but the lack of blood flowing in his face simply made his appearance even more creepy. I avoided looking at it while I grabbed his back and rolled him onto it. With a wet sound, entrails spilled from the wound in the stomach.
Ugh.
How horrid.
Don't force yourselves, people, except you, Takumi-san. Look. The stomach was clearly torn open by a blade. This isn't some supernatural punishment. It was caused by a person wielding a weapon. And since there's no weapon nearby, it means that someone intentionally removed it from the scene.
So, Yasumizu has someone who's both armed and capable of an act like this?
Please, give me the details of what happened during the feast. What led to this? With several people here to tell me, I ended up with a decent grasp of how today's feast went. Kiyanosuke had suggested they choose who to kill by a vote. The wolf guy and Kemi ended up with the same amount of votes, resulting in a tiebreaker vote. Most ended up voting for the wolf guy, sentencing him to death. He said he wanted to take care of some things, so he and Shikamochi went out, while the rest stayed here where they were. Were they really the ones who left?
Yeah, the feast was still going on at that point. Them leaving was an exception.
You expected them to come back and resume the feast? What would you have done then?
That isn't something we can tell an outsider.
Alright, but anyway, they didn't come back. How long did you wait for them?
No more than an hour.
We started to worry and went out to search. Found them in less than 10 minutes. So the culprit was one of those not present. Kemi, Takumi-san, Yasunaga-kun, and Rikaku. The 5 in the hall, Natsuo, Kaori, Miko, Haru-chan, Tei-san, simply couldn't be responsible. So someone killed the 2, changed into some clean clothing, and then came back to pretend to keep searching?
That's impossible.
Did you see each other while searching? Another thing could be somebody else who died earlier. Someone else who, in quotes, died earlier might not be fucking dead. Like the one giant reporter dude. They just said, oh, there was just a lot of meat and flesh around. That could just have been fucking anything. The picture guy. And someone as big as him easily could have crushed another person and be throwing his weight around. Literally throwing his weight around. Did you see each other while searching?
No, we split up to cover more ground.
Let's return to the hall. Then we went to the hall. Kiyanosuke kept watch and confirmed that no one besides the victims and the search party had left the building. That limited the potential murderers to the search party and I. I asserted that I was still in the room when it all happened, and they believed me, for now. Though Takumi-san continued to suspect that I used some sort of trick to escape and commit the murders. Well, that was fair, considering everyone else was with them. But I knew I wasn't the culprit. That left only one possibility. They died right after they left the hall. Then someone removed the weapon.
And you are still the only one who could have done it.
I'm telling you, I heard him in his room. I'll say it as much as I have to. I'm innocent. And since I am, something else had to be responsible for the deaths. But I see you avoided using the word murder. You noticed. I am. As it stands, this could be suicide, death by illness, poison, followed by a desecration of the corpses and removal of the weapon. How could doing something like that benefit us? If you ask me, things become much simpler if we assume you and Sarazawa are partners in crime, don't you think? I don't know, but doing that wouldn't benefit me either. Really? Tell me, is there any proof you didn't know each other before this? Huh? We didn't obviously, but who does that have to do with anything? The people here believe in eerie legend. You could have come here to take advantage of that and pretend to be monsters, to murder them for your enjoyment. Please stop. These are some lines you shouldn't cross.
Stop this, all of you.
Yamakawa-san walked out of the hall. I could see Haru Nakashima. Why do they always add the fucking last names to it? Tae-san walked out of the hall. I could see Haru, Miko, and Kaori behind her. That made a total of 10 survivors. 9 if you excluded me, who hadn't participated in the feast.
Whoever killed Chikamochi and the Elder, they went against the laws. Shinai-sama will subject them to the corruption.
She put her hands together in prayer and faced the pack of Mount Shinai at the opposite side. Also, so this could also have been, if I understand correctly, the crow can only tell if you're a wolf or not if it's a hanged person. Mochi, just because he outed himself as a monkey, killed Mochi just to make sure he, because he's a good, easy kill that then removes somebody that they already knew wasn't a wolf, then kills himself because he can't die from corruption, and because he's already dead, and then the crow can't confirm that he was a wolf. So you still might think there's 2 wolves and cause more insanity. So the old man could actually have been a wolf. Or it was Mochi and he lied and the other monkey was dead so nobody else knew and he's the one, he was a wolf and just did that as like a quick gambit. Just to fuck everything up. But the old man would make more sense, but who knows. She put her hands together in prayer and faced the peak of Mount Shinai at the opposite side of Saranaga. Strangely enough, that was enough for everyone to fall silent. Rikako Uematsu joined in, and Miko copied her. This was the settlement's way of solving things. They gave up on discourse and just left it all in the hands of a higher power.
Bachan, what do we do now?
One has already spilled blood for the day. The Elder has died. Let's end the feast for the day and clean up.
Alright, Yasunaga, help out.
I can. Also, having the old man die, would also make it so they're unable to confirm if he's even human. He could have been human the entire time, and him being murdered means that it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, him just being like, yeah, I thought it was funny to fuck with everybody. Yeah, screw it. Hey, old man, yeah, stab, cut open. All right, my turn now. Whee! Although, or I was gonna say there was a third person there who was supposed to cut their head off after they opened their own bowels, but they're just doing it wrong. Mochi's like, I want to commit Sudoku. It's like, that's not what we're doing. He's doing it for funsies. Yeah. I can.
You just sit still.
The situation was only getting worse. Soon after that, it was time to shelter, so everyone retreated to their houses. The Kumi-san hid into my room and boarded my window completely shut.
If you're not the culprit, something's going to happen even if you're locked in.
His words were harsh, but there was a hint of composure. He might have actually believed that I wasn't the one who did it. Or maybe he found peace in the idea that the mountain would punish the culprit. Or perhaps he just believed that it was the work of something supernatural. Whatever the cause, he was dwelling less and less on the matter.
Was the wolf guy a wolf? I had no idea whether that was plausible. Assuming he wasn't.
2 of the remaining 9 were wolves, with Kyonosuke being a confirmed human. Takumi-san being the snake and Miko being a monkey, there were a whole 6 suspects. Thanks to my advice, Kemi suggested the monkeys reveal themselves, and they turned out to be Mochi-san and Miko. Though Mochi had just died, that was a heavy blow. Him being confirmed non-wolf was one reason, but more than that, he was one of the few people here who actually talked to me without restraint. He was somewhat of an oddity compared to the rest of the people here, but I did find him to be a fun guy. I like to get back at whatever injustice had stolen his life. Clearing my head, I resumed thinking. Since she was acting suspicious today, Takumi-san would investigate Haru-chan. Tomorrow, we'd only have 5 suspects. That'd give them decent chances at picking out the 2 wolves. It seemed to me like it wouldn't be that hard to find the murderers, who would surely be shaken by what they had done. And then, the outed wolf, not wanting to die alone, would reveal their partner. Yeah, if the wolves are working together, the wolf might, if they're in on it, the wolf, like I said, might cover for the other wolf on purpose. That was the most optimistic way to look at it. From a pessimistic standpoint, though, the situation was absolutely terrible. 4 people had died today. In a normal feast with the Yomi Purge, it had to be 1 per day, 1 per night. This was double that. If the things hadn't gone so well in the forest, even Haru Mikishima might have died. Not to mention the dreadful state Kaori was in. I was told their relationship had gotten worse. Kaori-san was in no state to prepare food, so it was likely that no one had eaten anything today. The hunger would only worsen everyone's morale. It was best for them to prioritize getting a proper meal tomorrow. Even so, there was no guarantee we wouldn't get any more irregular deaths. For example, someone at their wits' end could attack a wolf suspect despite the threat of the corruption. If they ended up losing more humans, but the number of wolves stayed the same, the humans would be done for either tomorrow or the day after. Escape. I've been entertaining the idea ever since lunch. The path was ruined and I'd have traveled through the undeveloped grove, but I hadn't run into anything supernatural there when searching for Haru-chan. Maybe I could get out as long as I watched where I was going. I also had Saranaga as another option. Everyone here hated it, but that was just made it less likely for me to be caught. Going down a misty, rocky cliff was dangerous, but at least it was a one-way road. I just had to be careful I didn't get taken by the currents, and it was definitely better than staying here and dying. However, perhaps even suggesting that was dangerous. According to Rikako Uematsu, the effects of the corruption were limited to the one who broke the laws, so you could escape them by killing yourself. However, if someone said they wanted to escape the village, the punishment would likely go to both the one attempting it as well as the ones who allowed it.
Really? Would it go to the ones who allowed it?
I don't know about that. The escape would surely become a hell of an experience then. However, there was an optimistic view of the situation. Something was actually here. Something abnormal was here in Yasumizu, killing and menacing its people using abnormal methods. At the very least, Yoshigitsu Oribe, who'd went to face it, suffered a horrible death. The superstitions were baseless, but it was best to look at the situation from that angle. The plan of escape contradicted that. I mean, that is true. It could just be somebody else is here. Somebody else killed the 2 reporters and destroyed their car, along with the other guy's car. Somebody here killed Yoshi, just because Yoshi was there, and then killed the head of the town. And then, instead of letting them play with the game, he ended up killing the other 2, just to keep things in a fucking pure pandemonium. And since that person is the person who's doing the, who's supposed to be the, is pretending to be the corruption, nothing's going to come for him since, well, he's the one who's doing it. He's the enforcer, fucking with everything original. So that also could be it. It could just be someone on the outside who just knows the legend is using it. Wouldn't be kind of fun if some random ass person was also here. Unless somebody who died earlier wasn't actually dead, then, well. But then, how could I prepare for whatever was to come? The best I could think of was trying to familiarize myself with Fujiyoshi's superstitions. Perhaps I could find some sort of weak point or hint that could lead me to their identity.
5. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive.
The action rhyme they did was obviously referring to the feast of the Yomi Purge. I couldn't remember all the lyrics, but I felt like there was quite a lot of info there. Perhaps there were more hints for the feast in Yosumitsu's culture and general area. I felt I had to talk to Rikako Yumatsu. She was an adult who seemed more involved in Fujiyoshi's prayers and stuff than most. I needed to arm myself with more info by tomorrow morning. That, along with the proper progression of the feast, were my only ways to survive. About today's feast. They must have decided to hang the wolf guy because they just didn't care about him at all that much. Simple as that. Sure, it was important to get rid of the participants who weren't cooperative. However, the fact that we'd lost 6 people, but they still hadn't gone beyond he or she is kind of shady, was pretty bad. Yesterday, they wouldn't have hung anyone for such a petty reason. Well, the problem was that they hadn't hung anyone at all so far. But then again, it wouldn't be a good thing to give the impression it was okay to kill people just for seeming shady. This place was regressing back to a feudal superstitious mental state. If there was something that could stop them from sinking here, I kept trying to like sinking here, then it would be in and outsider like me. I sealed my resolve and waited for the night to pass.
Good evening.
Ah! I was so startled by the voice on the other side of the door that I momentarily screamed. What time was it? 7? It was too early for an attack and too late to walk around. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to be punished if you don't sleep?
I think another hour is fine. I was awake until 8 yesterday and nothing happened. I've been sleeping too much.
Oh God, if I was here, I would be murdered almost instantly because I wouldn't be able to go the fuck to sleep by that early. They'd be like, oh nope, it's still 2 a.m. I'm still fucking awake. I really am hungry. Don't you have food stocks?
With Kiari's-san being, well, you know, I still don't have to touch it. Might share it with the others. We're all hungry today, so we'll just tough it out.
Upstanding.
You should eat, though.
What? The stuff from before? Nah, I'll pass. Why are you here anyway?
Can't sleep.
Is that really it?
Aruki-san, do you suspect me?
No.
Why?
Because you told them about the monkeys knowing full well what it meant. The Feast of the Yomi Purge is a well-constructed communication game. However, she is also, I'm trying to hold out for the end of the day, because that would be a good stopping point, but I don't know how much time is left, and I kind of want to stop around 11 anyway, but considering these are special streams that won't be happening every day, I might as well make them last longer. So, the Feast of the Yomi Purge is a well-constructed communication game.
Well constructed?
I mean that there's no way to win this game beyond communication. Chikamochi-kun thought the same thing. Sir Bobby Bob is the local nuisance. Treat him well. To win, both the humans and the wolves need to have some more tricks and individual strategies. Consider the monkeys. They seem useless at first, but you can use them to easily eliminate 2 suspects. And this is possible from day 1. This also keeps making me think that the girl that we're interacting with here is a wolf, because if she's the one who killed the old man and the other thing, knowing she's a wolf and wouldn't be punished for it, I don't know. Would wolves be punished? I guess they would be, but who knows? Anyway, and this is possible from day 1, so they became reliable leaders, though. Unless there is no actual supernatural rules, so that'd be hard for Mochi and Miko.
Yeah, he was a free spirit, and she's a child.
The wolves, on the other hand, had to go on the defensive. In a situation where being suspicious is enough to put yourself hanged, it's important not to draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done, though.
Yeah, keeping your silence can be just as suspicious as being a blabbermouth.
Exactly. But there are 2 factors that make it easy to gauge trustworthiness right from the very start.
Do they have something to do with the monkeys?
Yeah. You have to watch out for those who give bad advice or don't provide useful suggestions. A good example for the former is Kiyonosuke-san. His poor planning threw everything into disarray, and that makes him really suspicious.
But he's confirmed to be human.
Right. Well, that's assuming Takumi-san wasn't lying about being the snake.
Huh? You saying he could be lying?
It's not impossible. After all, anyone can say that they have a guardian. Honestly, if I were a wolf, I'd lay low until I killed a few people and then claim to have a guardian to ensure my safety.
I see. But Takumi-chan came out on the first day.
Yeah. That's basically suicidal. But since that allows the spider to protect him, it's like a telling blow that hurt the attacker, I think. Unless he's a wolf, said he was a wolf, and then killed a real, or said he was unless he's a wolf, said he was a snake, and then killed a real snake on the day one when the real snake didn't chime up and say, actually, it's me. Anyway, because he never showed his snake mark. In fact, we've never seen these markings. They've only woken up and seen a marking. But it's not like, as far as I know, it's not like a tattoo or anything, so. Anyway, all things considered, I'd say it's safe to trust Takumi-san and Kinosuke-shi. Personally, I think you're trustworthy too, since you spoke up about the monkeys.
What if I only did it because I saw your game?
Oh, that'd be bad.
Wait, hold on. Aren't you basically saying you suspected me until I spoke up about the monkeys?
Oh, you noticed.
This goddamn guy. What the hell, man?
I did it because I wanted to believe you.
Alright, I forgive you then.
Woohoo.
So, who's the most suspicious one?
Haru-chan.
Thought so.
She's not making much sense lately, and you can explain her shift in personality by assuming it's because she killed her granddad. Or maybe because she couldn't agree with the other wolf on the decision to kill Kinzo-shi and stop trusting anyone.
Oh, that makes sense.
You could make up 1,000 reasons like this, though. We couldn't go just by that. They said Haru hadn't gathered many votes, but they treated her like some kind of pariah, making it clear that everyone suspected her. It was only natural to see the snake to check on her. Though she didn't seem all that good at games and stuff, it probably was fair to judge her purely on not making any useful contributions. In that regard, Yasukun is way more suspicious.
Huh? But he did say a lot, like pointing out my math was incorrect. And he did say something like what you just said, not doing anything indirectly helps the wolves or something like that. Not to mention that on the first day, he suggested that the spider should hide.
That's true. Though most of these things were minor, he was definitely contributing to the game. The first day was especially important. For the wolves, it was best to create a flow where they could just stay quiet and wait for those guardians to out themselves. What bothered me was the fact that he wasn't the one who brought up the leader selection and the monkey thing. He was shady because he hadn't made these useful propositions. I thought he'd figure those out a while ago. Or maybe I was an outsider with just a better grasp of the situation. I guess he's innocent, then. I don't know much about the rest, though. You can't even imagine what Rikaku Yumatsu and Tei-sama are thinking.
I know what you mean.
But if you looked at the circumstances outside the feast, Rikaku Yumatsu was pretty shady. It always felt like she was hinting at something. It wouldn't have surprised me if she knew more than she let on. If she was a village head, she could know things that only those from Kamafuji Yoshi knew. There were more than enough reasons to suspect her. If only we could follow that lead and solve this whole thing, it'd make things way easier.
Harukai-san, were you enjoying this?
No.
But you look like the type who enjoys mystery stories.
I won't deny that, but I can't really enjoy myself when people I care about are around or in danger. If I did act like some master detective, I'd really just be some useless amateur. It wouldn't accomplish anything.
I'm not sure I buy that.
What do you mean?
Everyone else is a mess. I think most normal people would lose it in this kind of situation.
I could say the same about you.
I'm not exactly normal either.
Oh yeah, I heard that you almost killed someone.
Who told you that?
It's a secret though. It didn't sound intentional.
Well, how do I say it? I think it happened in middle school. I grabbed a bat and beat up someone's students who were bullying the Yasumizu kid.
Did the other guy have a knife? Because then we'll know the full answer of knife versus bat. Final Fantasy Remake Part 2 is going very well. Cloud and Tifa here, as you can see, are doing quite fine.
Some of them are connected and had to the head families, so it's become a big deal, and that basically is why the adults here are harsh on me.
Have you met Barrett? Yeah, he's the big guy we've been working with. We've met him. I see. So you're fighting the sense of justice. So she was sent for Yasumizu for making enemies out of the village heads.
I wouldn't say that. It's more like I have a short temper and wanted to make a scene.
Rebellious phase?
More or less, same as Haru-chan and Yoshi-kun in places of the rule as this. I think it's rare for children to grow up level-headed, as Yasu-kun, don't you think?
No, that was me just assuming beforehand. No, the lady in the remake is just I don't know. But no, Barrett's the big guy. This is Cloud. That's Tifa in the bottom left. Haru-chan is Yuffie.
The guy with glasses who's still alive was Red 13. Hey, it's not April Fool's. I don't have to keep the bullshit up, all right? It's not April Fool's. It doesn't matter anymore. We're good. Back on track.
More or less, same as Haru-chan and Yoshi-kun. In a place as rural as this, it's rare for children to grow up as level-headed as you, Yasu-kun, don't you think?
Really? I think they'd be healthier and nicer than edgy brats from the city.
Let me rephrase that. In a place as poor as this.
Well, there was no doubt that Yoshimitsu was destitute. There were no cars, cell phones, and it didn't even feel like it had an economy. They probably lived mostly off the land, making money from wherever they could spare from their farms and huts. Since they had no decent way to sell stuff to anyone outside, most of their business had to be done through Komafuchiyoshi. It wasn't entirely likely they were ripping them off. No other place could be wealthy in these circumstances. I didn't believe that money could buy everything, but poverty took its toll on the people suffering it. Some could live in poverty while retaining their purity, and that was borderline sanity. It was a lifestyle too difficult for the common masses. Also, since the people of Yasumizu were ostracized from Komafujiyoshi, they were targets of unjust pressure from day one. I could understand why the children there strayed from the path. Although, when you looked at it like that, the way they strayed was a bit too mild. It was almost cute. Oh, to put it mildly, it was almost cute.
Are you disturbed now?
Not really.
You're lying. You think I'm so blunt I'd whip it out a blunt object to beat you.
I'm just going to ignore the poor attempt at a pun. Sorry. My ex wasn't any different.
Oh? Oh, I see.
You seem confused, and I have no idea. You seem confused, and I have no idea why.
You weren't lying when you said you broke up with your girlfriend.
You thought I was?
I thought it was just some kind of pickup line.
That's just mean. Our breakup was insane. I actually felt like my life was in danger.
Whoa, sorry to hear that.
Ooh, am I about to get another key?
What about
you?
Huh?
Your history with guys. I shared mine, so hearing yours is only fair, alright?
Yeah, well...
How many did you go out with?
2, I guess?
What happened between your hyper slut who's done it with 53 guys?
I never said that. I did exaggerate a bit, but I didn't get tons of invitations.
And yet you only went out with 2?
Well, I didn't find many guys I got along with.
What about me?
Let's not go any further. If I let myself too attracted, I might be too scared of dying. Or too attached, I might find myself too scared of dying.
Being afraid of death is normal, though, isn't it?
Not really.
Why?
God is way scarier than death.
I feel like you have a very unusual image of God.
Really?
I mean, Old Testament God. Oh, yeah. 100%. You think of it as something frightening as you might actually meet, right?
Everyone has met God. Maybe they just can't see it. And God really is scary. It's just that no one knows how.
Myself included?
You're the only one I don't understand. That's probably why.
All right, I'm gonna keep continuing, but I really need water. It's been like another hour and a half. Okay, we're back. What, the fact that she keeps blinking or that they're red? Which is why I said that she was Tifa when I was doing the April Fool's stream. Oh yeah, you're right. The shine isn't there.
I'm afraid of losing you.
That's something you say to those you promise your eternal love to.
Are you mad?
Hey, it's back again. All right, it's back again. Yeah, the light's back in her eyes when she said that. Okay. The shine is back again. Yeah.
Are you mad?
A bit.
I see.
You've gotten this far and you're still being cagey regarding your own background. You can only take playing hard to get as far as until it gets annoying.
I'm just not sure what to do. It isn't easy for me either.
Just tell me everything.
I'm going back.
Kemi?
Good night.
What the hell? Why didn't she talk?
Did she still not trust me? Was she messing with me? Was she just kind of crazy? But yeah, that's also not something I would have noticed since I've been looking at the pictures every once in a while, but I've been mainly focused on the dialogue, so I pretty much only see the words. Crap. I wanted to chase her down to get a real answer out of her, but I was locked in. This is so frustrating. Hey, see? Yeah, me? I'm locked in too. See? You're a real streamer. Though it wasn't time to worry about that. Who would the wolves go for tonight? The wolf guy was dead, meaning there was one less person who'd vote Kemi out tomorrow. It wasn't likely she'd get top vote. It was best to think that the wolves would go for someone who was useful to the humans and couldn't be killed with the votes. That meant she and Yashunaka-kun were the ones at highest risk. On the other hand, their survival would make things difficult in other ways. I'd probably be forced to consider the possibility that they themselves were wolves. Could I really trust Kemi? I felt I could, but not completely. Whatever the cause, the situation where the more talkative ones were seen as suspicious would make it harder for her to survive. Should I have talked to her about running away? No, that was pointless. I don't know much about the whole God thing, but it was clear that escape wasn't even an option for her. Something scary that everyone had met, yet not fully perceivable? Was she speaking figuratively? Or could she literally see something? Shit, I don't care. I became irrational. I became irritated. My hunger was starting to get to me. Figuring it was better than just wasting my mental energy, I focused on taking a bath and going to bed. I had no idea just how naive my predictions would prove to be. Oh, end of day. Okay. Perfect ending spot. And it auto-saved as well, but I'm going to make a save. Yeah, the extra big eyes are just anime eyes, Sir Bobby Bob. It's part of the art style. All right, so this is my original save. So I'm just gonna make a save just to have a save. There we go. All right. Yep, that's why I figured I'd tell you instead of just like. But yeah, it's a normal thing for anime. They keep the eyes extra big so they can make them more expressive and you can see them better. Anyway, all right. This was the second stream of Raging Loop. I am going to be the next time I stream. Like I said, this is not going to be a mainline game. This is going to be a during certain times game. So I probably won't be streaming this during the normal hours. However, so my plan is I am going to stream this again on Sunday. I'm going to be streaming this on Sunday, not during my normal 7 p.m. I'm probably going to be streaming it earlier in the afternoon. There's stuff I like to watch on Sunday nights. So there's other streamers I like to watch Sunday nights. So I'm probably going to be doing this during like the middle of the day. So sometime in the afternoon, probably do this another couple hours. I might do this on off days during the week as well, at the normal 7 o'clock. Or I might, like Sir Bobby Bob just said in chat, I might be streaming this during the day when I feel like I don't have anything else I want to do. If I have time, just like pick open a time and stream it during the day. That's not around the normal stream time. However, I might find some points where I stream it in at the normal 7 o'clock stream time. We'll see how I feel. However, on Monday, I am going to be starting the mainstream game, which will be Chrono Trigger. I have not played that in 15 years. And I want to play it again. And I know some other people who are in chat want to watch Chrono Trigger. So, yep, that's what I'll be doing. Monday will be Chrono Trigger, and I'll probably play it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe also on a Thursday. Yeah, I have to turn into a pumpkin at some time. Anyway, yeah, I'll see everybody on Sunday. And what you got, Sir Bobby Bob, if you got a last question? Metaphor doesn't have DLC yet, I don't think. Any DLC for Metaphor would be cosmetic stuff. Yeah, there's no actual story DLC for Metaphor. Yep, ReFantazio. Yep. So if it's on Game Pass, you just have to pick up the game. Don't have to worry about anything else. Yep. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll be back on Sunday. No stream tomorrow or Saturday. I normally don't stream those days anyway. So yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. I'll do a bit more